All right then. Welcome everybody to something unfamiliar, but it's a stream. We are back. My plans have already been dashed for today ever so slightly, but I don't know. Fingers crossed we can at least get something done productive wise today. So, I'm just logging in real quick. We are going to be playing with Faerand today because Faerand is so lovely and beautiful, and I just have to wait for everything to load in because we know what it's like with Faerand. He's a little bit of a bloated character. So while we do that, we're just going to run around Bree and see how things go. So originally my plan for today was I was going to go on Mordor. However, Mordor seems to, not just for me, but for a few people, not be letting you log in. So I cannot currently log into Mordor, which was my original plan, which is why we're not there today. So instead, we have joined our good old buddy Faerand. And I do have a hobby gift of the day and of the week, and that's one way to start it. Cool. Thank you, game, for returning, you know, I returned and you gave me something in return. Yeah, I haven't really been playing Lotro. I haven't played anything recently. I've been really busy with life. But I'm hoping we can hit the ground running and get on top of things today. So, last time I left Faerand, we were kind of in a weird spot. So I do actually have a couple of these. Again, I can probably do one of these today, so maybe we'll put that on our list, actually. Let's think of a few things. So, let's do, like, Swan Nights, and then that means, like, tomorrow-ish, I can just finish that. Faerand I have after the battle, which is interlude, and the problem I was having there is I just, like, didn't want to go to Minas Tirith. And then March of the King, I just have herbalism, but again, I'm not like worrying about that too much. That's like a when I get the chance sort of thing. So we're actually in Mordor with our stuff. So Imad Morgul, we're not really fast, but we are 71% of the way through Mordor, and a lot of it is just the enemies of XYZ place, hidden threats, scourges, that kind of thing, and obviously the allegiances. And in terms of allegiances, we are, I think, decently of the way through. So I am currently capped on 3, and we're 22 out of 30 on Durin's Folk. So that actually isn't too terrible. And then that'll complete this one, which is nice. And then Lost Lore, we aren't going to be able to finish that one because Abyss is just not really viable to do. Let's just be frank about it. So we're not really worrying about it too much. But I am going to go to Camp of the Host. No, Udun Foothold. Actually, not even Udun Foothold. I want to go to the Court of Lothlorien, and I want to have a look at what the like weekly stuff is and what have you, and then we will just see how all of that goes. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll see how Mordor is doing later on. So we can't do this one because, again, Dungeons, we can do Saragost with help, tier 1, but Dungeons of Nearband just does require more people than we sort of viably have, but we can at least do some of these and get some allegiancy things done and sorted. It's just that one, I think it's like the second boss with the prism. That is the only problem we have, is if you run it solo, you can't get yourself out. And even as a duo, it's just like, well, it's doable as a duo, but right now it's sort of, the duo is me, myself, and I. Do I have, oh, cool. I've already got a thing to work on. That's nice. Love to see it. Cool. So we don't even know where our stuff is for the minute. I love. Come on. There's that. And something I also maybe want to do is, I don't normally like to have it up, but I might just start tracking and just seeing where we're at on that. I'm gonna swift travel to Agonith most likely at the moment. Because I think Agonite... Why is our stuff so quiet as well? Have I just like turned my audio down really high? Or really low? Or have I just messed up? I wouldn't be surprised if there's something messed up in my audio. A load of my audio stuff was messed up for some reason. I don't really know why. But I'm going to go Agonite. We'll see where we are in terms of, yeah, Agonite allegiance quests. And get those done. And I still haven't picked up all the pages. I probably should do that at some point. And double check that there's nothing... Nope. Cool. So, we have to complete 4 of them. Let's double check what we actually have. So let's get rid of all of those, and then we're just going to put on these. And I think we've also... Oh no, the pesky crit is on here. So, what do we actually got? So, defeat beasts in Agonite, defeat orcs and uruks in Agonite, direwolves, Gamnaukur, which is further over that side. Defeat Plague Ridden and Frenzied. Tree Rats. And then that is the instance. We're not really going to worry about that. And then we do have a Reclaiming Agonite, which is at least up there. So that's good. We should probably just dismount. And hopefully just a chill little Warden play should be fine. And shouldn't have too many issues because we are generally pretty good with... being overpowered for the area. Now, one thing I do actually have coming up, and it will be in Doomfold, right? Yeah, Doomfold, or is it Ironfold? I don't know actually if it's on this character. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Either way, my point was, I currently have Thranduil's Power, Thranduil's Power, Thranduil's Power. I think I've got the full set of armor now, was the idea. Cool. Shield was always a weird one. I think I went through and I did get the slightly higher level shield from a box, and then this is obviously our 115 as well. So these are our max rings, and these are I think they are the same, if I remember correctly. They are just different names, so same stats. Yeah. So really the only thing is, because these are Thranduil's Power as well, the only thing I was missing right now was the necklace, and the problem was I only have one jeweler, and it's on a cooldown. I can't remember. It is black adamant, and I've just realized that we're not going to have the... I should probably... What's attacking me? Once I'm not getting attacked, it's probably this mushroom. I wouldn't be surprised. Once we're not being attacked, I should probably go get the VIP thing, because I just realized that we don't have that. So that's a little bit awkward. But we'll quickly head back to Agonite and get all this stuff done after. But I think I have some black adamants, some like whatever they're called, the like rare versions done. I think I either need 1 or 2 more. So fingers crossed. Oh, what is this as well? Oh, right. Fingers crossed that I think they are sellable on the auction hall. But the thing is, it's one of those things where it's such an old item in the grand scheme of things. I don't know how many people are actively, you know, selling them. So, yeah, refined black adamant. Oh, I might need more. I might need 3. I don't know if I've got 1 on Scarshoe already, but I am willing to pay if people are selling them. That actually makes my life so much easier. Cool. So I'll take that happily, and that means... Oh. Do I have a Mordor one, or am I just going to go to... yeah, I'll go there. That should mean... so, Necklace of Thranduil's Power. Stylish Pendant, is that it? No, but I can go Quartermaster. Quartermaster, Thranduil's Jewelry Kindred, or is it Crafting? It's one of those weird things where you gotta go through the wiki. I've got to go through, like, from rewards to Felagoth, then to crafting. Okay, so crafting, and then we have the Northern Stronghold necklace recipe, which is 15 Doomfold, 5 refined adamant, or black adamant, which is what we have now, and then a Lascalin purification token, which I can very easily obtain now, and 2 black adamants, which we'll have a ton of, and then the universal optional crafting ingredient for the 100% crit, which I should have plenty of spares. And then that should give us the... I think we're after the Graceful Pendant of Thranduil's Power, because our crit, I think, is not quite capped, or is it Physical Mastery is not quite capped? I think we're both capped. Okay. Either way. Upgrades. And then, obviously, with that, we get 2 Essence slots compared to 1 with here. It's more Vitality. You know, exactly what we're after. I also, if we pop on Item Treasury, we should actually be able to have a proper look at it and compare, because it's been a while. So catching up with what we have is, or what we're after is quite... so yeah, more Vitality. We lose Finesse, but we gain crits. We gain Agility. So our Finesse has not really been a big issue, or a 49%. I think 30 is always like a nice target for that, from what I understand. So I'm actually pretty damn happy with that. And then there's not really anything else we can do except legendaries. And I feel like the tokens are just not worth the amount of time putting into it. Now, obviously, once our gear is done does not necessarily mean our being in Mordor is done. Because I have those. What have I been up to? Work. Life. I had like a really bad, well, other than being really busy across Christmas and then being really, really ill, I actually had such a really bad, like, I don't actually know what it was. I think it started as a sinus infection, but then basically I just had, I think I went like 30 hours without sleep because I just could not actually get to sleep because of how much pain I was in, which really messed me up. But also, I had this thing, this book at work that I have to do for, and it had to be done by the 28th of January. So I literally was dedicating all my time to doing that, and then I got it done, and then the deadline got extended, and I'm like, ugh. But at least it's done. That's now over and done with. I don't even have to think about it. It was always like niggling in the back of my head as this thing that needed doing. So that's now done. I'm done with that, and I have a little bit more time to myself. And then I've said this before. I have this really weird like thing where I like to start things on a Monday because it's like fresh week, fresh start, whatever. So I actually was going to stream like last Thursday, I think. And then I was like, mentally I got in my head about it because it wasn't Monday. So I stopped. And then I was like trying to set it for today, which is annoying because I was going to go on Mordor today, but I can't log into Mordor because, well, I don't know, a couple of people can't log into Mordor. It's rather annoying. But if all goes well, this week I am working purely day shifts, which I'm hoping means I can stream every day this week as a little make up for the fact that I haven't been around for a long while. I already know what I want to do tomorrow, but I'll go into that later, because I found something out that we need to act on, and that is definitely a tomorrow issue for sure. It could have been worse. I was almost sent away to cover another place for like 3 weeks, and that would have meant that I like wasn't home for 3 weeks and just staying in a hotel, which sounds nice on the surface, but I definitely probably wouldn't have had time to stream or do anything during that time, which would have sucked, to be honest. But yeah, I haven't actually been on Lotro all that much anyway. I did log in a little while ago to Mordor, and yeah, I do indeed. But I logged in to Mordor, and I went to play my other champion. Or I say my other champion, my champion, and yeah, I just played for like 30 minutes. maybe less than. And then I just like quit because I didn't want to do the Mordor quest. Oh, not Mordor, sorry, Moria quest line. I remember exactly what quest I was on. So I logged in, and then I've got to do the quest where you have to find the 3 chambers or whatever. And I didn't want to do it. There's like one chamber that I really can't be bothered to go find. So I went to go do something else with my time. But yeah. Who this? No idea. This Faerand. Who, as I said, although today is the day that I can get our final piece of gear, is not the final bit of essences, because I don't have enough motes for that quite yet. But if I spend a teeny bit of time, I can just farm those up really, really easily. The problem is 10,000 cap, you know. I actually don't think we're too many off, actually. So, one... Is it just going to be 2? So those don't have essences. Those don't have essences. 4. No, 3. So 1 for this, which is going to be morale. And that's why I'm overcapped on crit. And then I'm going to have 2 on there. I was going to be playing on Mordor, but I can't log in right now. Apparently there's an issue with some people logging in, because that was the plan for today's stream. I logged in and it said error getting in queue, whatever. And yeah, and then I looked on the forums and people were saying there were like 500 non-anonymous, which is not anywhere near the cap. And some people were getting in, some people weren't. Loam? Oh, hey, it's a person. LOM. Oh, Legacy of Morgoth? I actually enjoyed... I think I enjoyed Legacy of Morgoth more than I did Corsairs of Umbar. But I think it's one of those things where it only works because of the setup of the slower expansion of Corsairs of Umbar. It is my... Because I know Umbar was quite, like, a lot of people weren't a huge fan. I think that was... It's probably the expansion I've seen the least enthusiasm for, personally. And I didn't like the first half of Umbar, because of it was very slow, and I'm the sort of person who will do all the side stuff, which makes it even slower. And I did like, I think I said at the time, I liked where the story was going, and then I have quite enjoyed the continuation. I have done, I was like doing daily the 3 instances, and I joined in with a couple of other instances with some people at some point. But because of Mordor coming out, I feel like it had maybe less attention, or like Moria coming out on Mordor and Angmar, I think it maybe got less attention, and I haven't really spent too much time on it. I did gear up a little bit on one of my characters, but it's not as big a jump in gear compared to trying to deal with the Mordor updates. Well, I know I read on the forums there was a big like discourse about the whole like elf thing, like the tree elf thing, or like, you know, elves turning into trees, and I was like, a lot of people I saw were like up in arms about it. I personally am not that fussed, personally, you know, but I'm not as, you know. I have raided on Mordor. I did Rift. I have completed Rift on Mordor. What is... Well, actually, I don't know. I have not done Nargabud or whatever yet. But from what I understood at the time, it was not bugged, but it was a lot harder to do than it should be, almost. Yeah, we did Condom. We did Rift. And yeah. I've done Anvil. I don't know if I did it on stream. I did Witch King's Citadel on stream, but then the servers went down. Like, it was an emergency server shutdown, so I was like, cool, can't do that. And then, like, the entire group didn't join back out because it was like 2 hours later, and I was like, cool. So yeah, I do enjoy it. I just think, again, my biggest issue with streaming and raiding is if you don't have a dedicated group, it's really difficult because you spend, I feel like I spend more time on stream just walking around waiting for the 12th person to show up than I do actually playing the game. That's probably my biggest like pain point when it comes to raiding on stream. Sometimes when I did like Throne, for example, on stream, one thing I did is like I got in the group before the stream and it didn't feel as bad then. But really what I think I need to do is find a group, if I'm more consistent, find a group on Mordor that I can sort of just be on with. Especially if we're trying to not necessarily go best in slot gear, but like decent gear. Good enough gear. Because I've done a lot more group stuff on Mordor as a whole, but I think I've gotten more frustrated on Mordor as a whole because a lot of it, like I did, what was it? There was something I joined. There was some instance I joined, and I can't remember what it was. It was a Moria thing. Oh, it was Watcher. That was it. Yeah, so it was a Watcher raid, but it was so disorganized that everybody just left. Like, I'm not normally the first person to leave. I don't like to do that. But once, you know, about like 5 or 6 people leave, then I'll be like, yeah, cool, I'll jump out as well, because it's going to take longer for us to find replacements than it's kind of worth. But yeah, that was one of those which was really disorganized, and yeah, half the group left, so I just left up with them. But yeah, so fingers crossed if there is an update, because yeah, there's been obviously a few updates. I haven't read up on the 64-bit server stuff yet. The most I've seen of it is so because of the hide and seek thing we did, there's a Lotro like creators Discord that I'm in, and a few people have been chatting about it in there, but I haven't really paid all that much attention. I think I did was I think I was at work when it came through as well, because I remember seeing it, unless you've had another one since then. But yeah, like I said, I'm only working mornings this week, so I'm really, yeah, I think that was the one I saw. It was something along that. It might have been one for 23k I saw, so it might have not been the same one. But yeah, ideally, well, not even ideally, I am only working mornings this week. So my plan is I want to get finish work, come back, stream, and have a decent amount of time on here or Mordor. Obviously, with this being, you know, with my gear being finished today, fingers crossed, it should mean that I can just fully focus on getting deeds done, and then once they're done, we'll be moving on to the next bit of content, which is, well, Iron Hills, isn't it? See, again, that's the thing I haven't really looked into, how it works and everything. I think I'd like to. There's not really anything particularly tying me down to Evernight as a whole, right? I can move to another server and it won't really affect me all that much. So I'm not super against it. I definitely wouldn't want to restart Faerand again. I think that's a big point I've made, is once Faerand is done, I will be keeping him up to date and stuff. I'll be trying to do content with him at like at 150, 160, whatever. But I'm not going to be doing, I don't think, another of this extreme a completionist. I think it will be more, you know, just going through and then, you know, going and completing weeklies once I'm over leveled sort of thing. Not necessarily getting all my virtues to cap. It's more getting my 5 virtues to cap and then moving on and, you know, getting decent enough gear, but not. I just feel like a lot of the time with Faerand, we spend weeks and weeks and weeks. And yeah, we go weeks and weeks and weeks, you know, getting gear. So, you know, how long have I spent getting Kindred to get, you know, this upgrade? And then I go to the next expansion, and then the uncommon gear is better than my, you know, teal stuff. So sometimes the grind for gear doesn't really feel worth it. But then going back and just sort of filling in the gaps sort of almost is fine. But yeah. Full Lore Master. As in the class. I do, I have a lore army on... on Mordor, and I did actually enjoy playing Lore Army. Lore Army, I think, is level 50 still. I haven't gone through Moria on Mordor, but I definitely do need to like catch up with that. I just feel like, oh yeah. See, once I've got most of the streams, so all the stream VODs are scheduled now. Scheduled up till mid-March, I think, and then I think there's a few more to come after that. So I cleared out all like 16 terabytes of VODs or whatever. So they're, you know, I have space now, is my point. I think it'd probably be better, and this is maybe a terrible idea considering redundancy, but I'm probably better off doing, like, just buying, like, one big, like, 20 terabyte hard drive, and then just putting it all on there. But yeah, I did read that someone else is doing something similar, but I think not quite the same as my original plan. I think they're more just, like, playing through, but doing every quest, whereas I wanted the, like, do a quest, you know? Do, like, every video is a quest. And then you just look it up, and then I think it'd be really interesting then, because you could then see which quests almost people look up the most and which people have the most issues with. Would I be kind of my thing? See, it's going to sound weird the way I say it, but I'm really bad with rejection, right? So once someone says no to me, I feel really bad about doing anything else similar. So I actually did try and update the wiki, and I was updating some of the photos on the wiki. This was like, this must have been like 3-4 years ago now. And some of them got rejected. And ever since then, I didn't want to do it because I got worried. But the amount of times I feel like more recently I've gone on the wiki and it's, you know, a red page because it's got nothing on it, does make me go, oh, well, I'm looking this up. Who else is looking this up? I thought I'd survive. Not gonna lie. It was a tactical death because now I'm out here. Except I totally needed to still stay in Saragost because I'm a dumb. I think I've seen the occasional, like, class explanation, but I don't know how old they are because obviously stats did change, and then obviously the stat squash and stuff like that. So I am curious about that kind of thing. I am hoping. So I hit a snag with the next video. So the next video I was doing was the hide and seek video, which it's obviously been a while, but I did try and like sit down and do some, and I did get like a little bit more for it. The problem is, and I said this before, so when I was doing the seeking, I can actually make that into a really good segment, I think, right? Because I can have like, I think I downloaded everybody's VODs, so I can do stuff like looking at when I ran past people, because I ran past plenty of people, and you know, cut those in, and that, I think that's really interesting. But like the first and second one, first one's fine. Second round, where I was kind of just stood there until I got caught, is just really, really difficult, but I don't want to cut it out. So I'm having issues with those. But I guess I could literally just cut it out. Yeah. I don't actually know where I'm up to. I think, because, what was it, 6 rounds, I think? And I'm probably looking at about, so it's maybe going to be like 45 to 60 minutes, give or take, which is a nice long video, don't get me wrong. And then I just have to do an intro. I've done so much like typing and writing because of this folder for work that I've had to do that I kind of, it's not like writer's block, but almost like I just can't be, I don't want to write anything else, so I kind of needed a break from it as well. But I think sometimes I am better at, instead of writing down what I'm going to say, just saying it and then kind of getting the vibe of it, which I think I need to do. But then I feel like it's weird talking to myself, even though technically that's kind of what I'm doing now, but I'm not actually. It's like a weird hiccup to get your head over sometimes. But yeah, I do need an intro for it as well. Actually, I think you'll find that Bjorning does actually benefit from Fate. Thank you very much. I miss Fate as it was. I don't really understand the idea behind Fate getting turned into a power stat. I do get it, but also they could have just had both. I feel like if Fate were power plus crit, that wouldn't have necessarily been an issue. I do understand that like might gives me crit, agility gives me crit, and vitality, well, sorry, and will gives me crit. No, it doesn't. I lie. It gives me physical mastery though. But yeah, I just feel like it should have just been kept as that, especially when they didn't really rework the items. It's just a very weird one. Oh, the thing I was going to say that I totally forgot. But, so, as I said, plan is stream every day this week. Ideally. Would be nice. But, I was trying to think of ideas for streams. And I realized one that I didn't want to do today for, like, the return to streaming stream. But, one that I maybe we'll do tomorrow is, I think it would be interesting to try and do some speed running again of the intros. And the reason I say that is twofold. One, River Hobbit did get added and I never played it. And someone has got the record at 3 minutes 33 seconds right now. So ideally I'd like to beat that, but I've never done a River Hobbit intro, so we're going to be learning. Second is my Bjorning intro has been beaten by like 13 seconds or something like that. I don't even think it's actually that bad. I think it's not 13. I think it's literally like 4 seconds. And technically, my high elf has been beaten. Technically. Because they put it in free to play and I was in VIP. So I don't know how that works, but they did get a faster time. So interested to see how that goes. High elf was a weird one anyway. So if I look at intro percent and I go VIP Bjorning, so mine is 7 minutes 7 seconds and theirs is, oh, it might be 13 seconds. Yeah, 6 minutes 54 seconds. So yeah, 13 seconds. I think that is. So definitely trying to get on that. Oh yeah, Dunland, as much as I love Dunland, must be really, really confusing in terms of stats. And then there's a couple things. So yeah, River Hobbit is 3 minutes 33 seconds, so we can definitely try and work on that. And then if I go to High Elf, my High Elf record is 19 minutes 36 seconds, and in free to play is 19 minutes 57 seconds. But I think there was a portion where we paused that they didn't, so technically I think it's faster. So we'll see about that. Someone's done a Ministerious percent. Free to play with prologue level 1 to 10, so we could probably do that as well. But I need to find the stream, because I have a stream somewhere where I have done Ered Luin percent. And I probably need to just get that and upload it, because I think that'd be interesting to put on there. I was also tempted to do some Iron Man at some point. And I kind of wanted to do it on Mordor. But at the same time, I couldn't get onto Mordor today. So we'll have to see how it goes over the next few days. Because I'm not sure we've done an Iron Man since the Stat Squish. I could be wrong about that. But I feel like that's the case. Right, what am I actually doing down here? Oh, these guys. Cool, got ya. I need to get back into the idea of Warden as well. I actually, before I, like, disappeared, I actually had a really good rotation going. Not like the best, but a better rotation going for Faerand, and I have completely fallen back into my old habits of just Onslaught and Boot. And, you know, Resounding Challenge as well, technically, but I can mostly get away with not doing that. Okay. And one more enemy. Cool, cool, cool. Happy days. I think it's a thing as well. Like, I don't know if I were to like start Faerand now, I'm not sure if I would choose Warden. I feel like the reason I chose Warden is because it was the only class at the time I hadn't played at all. So there is a high chance I would actually end up playing Mariner even at this point. But yeah, if I were to think about it, I probably wouldn't have ended up playing Warden if I were to, like, now done it. But I'm not sure what I would have played. I feel like Hunter's too... I love Hunter, don't get me wrong. But I don't... Hunter is boring. Hunter... not boring. Okay, boring is maybe not the right word. Hunter is very basic, and I say that as someone whose max level character is Hunter, and I enjoy Hunter, but it's very basic. So yeah, I don't... why have I got these quests? What on earth? Okay, cool. Yeah, so I don't really know. It probably would end up being champion if I were to think about it. Maybe Bjorning even, just because of Aranma at this point. Because yeah, Bjorning, Brawler probably not. I do like Brawler. But also, yeah, going back on that, like, no ranged weapon unless you count a mug. Burglar. See, this is where, like, I love Burglar, don't get me wrong. But Rohan is where Burglar falls apart for me. I love Burglar before Rohan, and I love Burglar after Rohan. During Rohan, I hate it, because mounted combat with no range skill is terrible. So yeah. Guardian probably wouldn't. I can maybe see myself doing a Lawmaster. Or Mini. I don't know where Mini's at the minute. Mini, for a while, was like... bestest. I'm pretty sure, like, Red Mini at some point was, like, highest DPS. At least when Umbar released, or mid-Umbar release. I'm not sure where it stacks now. RK as well. RK is actually my first part, like, casual completionist. Kotal is the name. And And again, the issue with those guys is I just haven't had the motivation to push them to level 60 yet. I mean, I love both Mini and RK. I have fond memories of Lottery Point farming with with Mini back when it was basically a one-shot kill early game. RK, in my opinion, it's like one step behind Bjorning in terms of its like versatility for me. So because like with Bjorning you can tank, heal, DPS, you know, whereas you know you have those two, you have DPS and heal when it comes to RK, and you kind of have a better balance with the healing as well while also DPSing compared to Bjorning. Whereas tanking, I don't really think it obviously fits there, but because I'm not someone who is sort of pursued tanking, I think it's less of a problem for me. Especially when I was playing Palpatine, I said that RK was possibly my favorite class at the same time, at the time. But yeah, talking about all these characters, it brings up a point that I'm always like, I've talked about this before, and with new servers sort of on the horizon, it makes me think about it again. But I've said before, just a little part of me is tempted to just delete, not necessarily delete, but like just start over again, right? Just start my characters again from scratch. So part of me is like, yeah, would I transfer or would I just transfer everything over? But there's a few things that I have that you can't get anymore. Like there's a reward track. Speaking of reward track, how long have I got? 15 days. Okay, I have got to catch up on that. It's going to be worse on here because I haven't obviously been playing on here. But yeah. Yeah, no, that's why I don't want to do it. It's just that like little deep part of me that's like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. But I know that the moment I were to delete NS for Eel or Tarvelard or, you know, Palpatine or any of those characters, I would severely regret it and be sending an email being like, please return to me. So I know I never actually do it. I have technically done it once before because I moved from Arkenstone to Evernight, which meant I had to completely restart from scratch. But the thing is, I was able to catch up a lot quicker than, like, you know... so I was 130 at the time, and I wanted to catch up for Gundabad, and I caught up super, super quick because I sort of knew better what I was doing. Oh, actually, one thing I should check. Moats. 3,400... No, 3,900. Because I'm interested. Obviously, we need the Northern Stronghold essences. 2,500. Okay, so we can purchase one, and then we need two more. So we need 7,500 moats in total. For us to cap out. Now, if I just do a teeny bit of farming, I can probably get that pretty easily. It's only 3,500-ish. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's why, you know, every time I load in Faerand, he just loads in at like 25 FPS, and then it takes a minute. It is some of my plugins as well. I think D-Track is definitely not helping, but he just takes so long to load in that, yeah, it can be a little bit painful. That That's why I log in with him normally before I start the stream, just because I don't like that part of it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit better now, but it used to be absolutely terrible. That's why when they were talking about, I think if I remember correctly, they were talking about like looking at deeds because, you know, just trying to debloat some characters. And I was like, I don't know why they don't just make, if they made all the Slayer deeds, just one Slayer deed, but they gave the rewards for the full amount, you probably get less motivation because, you know, let's say you're doing a 180, 360. You'd have to do 400 and whatever, 500 and whatever. In one go, well, not obviously one go, but like you wouldn't get that in the middle reward or a third of the way through reward to sort of keep you going. But when it's only like either nothing or 5 lottery points, it's like, oh well, what's the point? Yeah, I knew a few people that would they would only level through, like, I think it was Storm of Mithrandus and stuff, just skirmishes, like power level through it, just because they wanted to have sort of as little as possible in terms of stuff on their character. Because I can imagine it being like a situation where, you know, there's times where I have seen someone in LFF and it's like, oh, do you want to, you know, calling for a thing? And I'm like, oh, cool, I could jump on Tarvelard and do that. And then I realize by the time I've logged into Tarvelard, or logged out of Faerand, logged into Tarvelard, and then typed in the name, someone's probably going to say yes to it. So is it worth it? Probably not. Which maybe isn't the way I should look at it. I mean, technically I could be like, oh, hey, I'm just going to swap out, but I can swap out to my hunter. Like, you know, that kind of thing. And they're like, yeah, cool. Let me know who the name. But, you know. It's like, what's Magda Corbo? I could do that. I could do Depths of Magda Corbo. I've done Depths. I did it the second day it came out because I wasn't around on the first day. I think. Or I just... No, the first day I was around, but I was focusing on doing the quests. That was it. And I wanted to get to the point in the story where it became relevant. That was the thing. Oh, I gotta do the pit. I forgot about that. I definitely need to try and catch up though with like everything I missed for the last little while, because I have not really kept up with any like update talk and stuff. Oh, I don't want to deal with tools. Are there tools over here? Do I have to? There are. Okay. I mean, it's probably going to be a continuation on from the end of Morgoth, right? I do need to go back through it at some point with some other characters just to like refamiliarize myself with it as well. I spent a lot of time, instead of going through the content, I was going through and doing just the instances. So there were 3 instances you could do solo, and I was just there's 3 quests per, so that's 9 per character. And I was going through on Tarvelard, I went through on Renaborn, I went through on Afka, and I think I went through on another character, I can't remember which one. Because I just wanted to get as much like gear, enhancement runes and stuff like that. And I was actually quite lucky with some of my gear. But I hadn't actually gone through the content because of that in a while. Especially when one of the nicer like upgrades you could just get from doing side quests, essentially, because you just get the mission tokens from normal quests and just purchase it. And I think they were account bound as well, so I just bought them on Tarvelard and then just sent them over, and cool, free upgrade. Oh, tools, nice. I do wonder though if they will do like a Before the Shadows sort of thing. Because right, we got. Did we get a? I can't remember the order things came out. No, okay. Because yeah, you have like it always used to be expansion mini. Well, I say always. You know, it went Morgul, War of Three Peaks, which was mini. Fate of Gundabad, Before the Shadow, which was mini. Then Corsairs of Umbar, and I expected a mini, but I think they said they were gonna try and do one a year, and it was gonna be full expansions. I think, if I remember correctly. But I can't remember exactly where I heard that. That's another thing, yeah, like that's a lot of stuff they could, you know, they've left themselves open, you know, avenues there, which is quite nice. I always think it's weird though, because with Before the Shadow, it's nice because it's, you know, early, it's a separate bit of content. Or it's a separate intro, is I guess what I'm trying to say. But it does definitely feel weird, like that weirdness of going back in time almost. See, the thing is, as well, we sort of know the ending to her because, if I remember correctly, she shows up only if you've done all the quests in Before the Shadow beforehand, so you can't do it with, like, Faerand won't see this, but she is in the Isengard pits, if I remember correctly. In prison. So... which I've never actually got to experience. Because I've never done it. And I guess on Mordor we will, eventually. I mean, I didn't say what happens. The reason I didn't say what happens is because I don't know. I've never done it. I've never interacted with that before. As many times as I've done the Pits of Isengard for traceries. My problem is I don't like Mirkwood. I should rephrase that. I don't like Mirkwood's instances. So I'm not looking hugely forward to it. But it does also give us the whatever that 6-man one is that requires 6 people to do. But I don't like where would it be? It's on these, is it? I am not a fan of... Oh, is that... I can't remember what they're called. Oh yeah, no, Dol Guldur. Yeah. So Ostan of Thine. I don't like Dungeons of Dol Guldur. I think that's actually it. Samath Gul is Barad Guldur, I am sad because I still haven't gotten the Not So Welcome map, but I don't even know if you can get that anymore. Sword Halls and Walk Pens, I did Walk Pens way too much when it was still like XP Central, that I'm slightly sick of it. But they obviously changed how all that works, so... I just forget that Mirkwood kind of exists as a expansion, because always in my head, I have always played it as part of, like... So the way I've always split it kind of is Moria is its own thing, and then I've, in my head, had Lothlorien and Mirkwood as the same thing, because they kind of are, they're like just two parts. But because of that, I kind of forget Mirkwood's its own thing, and I think it's sort of different than it is. So, yeah, I don't know. Because I've gone through Mirkwood's main quest on level in less than a day. So, I think that's why sometimes as well I'm like a little bit more disappointed by it. Obviously, you've got reputation there as well, and you do have side content and stuff, but from a purely, you know, but then I can also think I could probably finish Legacy of Morgoth in a day as well if I really push for it. So, you know, Moria, probably couldn't. Moria in a day sounds exhausting. Because I think Mirkwood is only 18 quests. But it gets kind of dragged out by cutscenes and skirmishes and stuff. What am I actually after? I always do this where I... it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I get distracted and I just start killing everything and then not actually progressing my quests along at all. Again, not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I could just stand to be a teeny bit more productive with my time. I do think In Their Absence should be interesting. I remember we did it, obviously, at the time. And obviously Sarisoma was something that we've done quite a lot of. I think, was it Northcott Farm? There's one that I remember, it might not even be In Their Absence. I was like, we spent a lot of time on. I find the slow-mo shot at the end of Mirkwood just, for some reason, incredibly funny. It amuses me to no end. And I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. It's because it's a slow-mo shot, but everything else is still moving in, like, normal speed. And I think that just amuses me for whatever weird reason that it does. I'm trying to get out of here. I'm trying to work out where I'm going. Because I don't want these guys. Do I go through here? Because what am I trying to do? I need 2 more Orcish barriers, which I can actually get down here, apparently. And then I need to defeat pullers and 1 more set of tools. And we should be good. Is it just down here and then across? Or is it down this way? You'd think I would know by now, but it has been a little while. And I'm not sure if there's enough quests going on today that we're actually able to finish our allegiance. Because we're on 25, and I think we actually should be fine. I think we might today finish the allegiances, which would be nice, because then I technically don't have to do these for the allegiances, and I don't actually have to do them for the enhancement runes either, I don't think. So, should save us a little bit of time and effort. Because yeah, if we go into here, we obviously have Restore the North, which is going to take a little while, and Treasure Seeker. Annoyingly, if Mordor didn't exist, like Mordor the server didn't exist, I'd probably be done with this Mordor by now. But we definitely got distracted. Not distracted, because that makes it sound bad. We definitely got split. Like 99% Mordor, 1% here in terms of content. Because if I were to look when I'm not dying and I go to here, so I've nearly done Treasure Seeker. I say nearly, 6 out of 20, whatever. But Quest to Restore the North, 59 out of 100. So we are a little over halfway. Are you going to just be a problem? Is that a yes? Don't you love playing Warden? It's another reason why I probably wouldn't play Warden nowadays. I'm obviously too invested in to just change character, but I would probably be done with this fight if I was champion by now, even with the lag. I need a set of tools. Do. Come on. But, yeah, I think it's like 9. I think it would be fitting, considering, you know, you do fight. You don't fight, but you sort of indirectly fight against the Nazgul. I do quite like Veils of Anduin. Mordor Besieged, I haven't spent enough time in to give a full opinion on it. I spent time in there defeating the Nazgul because it was part of my my weeklies and stuff. But I didn't spend a lot of time. I haven't like completed it the same as I have like the other content. And that's another reason this character is really nice to have, is because it's one of those things where there's a lot of places where I didn't complete every quest, every side quest and whatever, and I just didn't really I didn't play through certain areas as much as I maybe should have to appreciate them. And having to go through everything and make sure I complete it makes me go, oh, I actually never done this quest, but I really like it, or whatever. I still stand by Dunland is my favorite zone. At least in Eriador is my favorite zone still. Not been beaten yet. I remember we were gonna have a there was one time, I think it was Bright Life and I were gonna have a little on-stream debate briefly about like what the best starting zone is. And mine is still Ered Luin. I still say Ered Luin is the best starting zone. Okay, maybe I've changed my mind because of Before the Shadow. I only say, so the reason I think Ered Luin is the best starting zone is in terms of for a player, for introducing the player to the game, I think that it's the best starter zone. But Before the Shadow is technically a better tutorial because it's the only place that explains about rally points and stuff like that and a few other things. But also, I don't know how many people... I mean, if you go VIP straight away, you do get Before the Shadow now. But it's one of those things of... I always thought Before the Shadow is a better tutorial, but who is buying an expansion for the first time they're playing the game? You know, if that makes sense. But yeah, the reason I said it is because like Ered Luin, you go through and you do your first set of quests, or you get pointed over to the first area, which or first side quest, which then gives you a quest deed, and it sends you up to the next location, which is the Vale Watch, or not Vale Watch, but like the hill with the Vale Flies and the Wolves. So then you get your first quest deed, you get your first exploration deed, and you get your first Slayer deed, and then they pop up, and it actually like flows the best with there, and it's sort of a natural progression of like bottom to top, like south to north as well. These guys are really rude if they're not letting me just run through my hobby horse. Please let me out this way. Thank you. No. Okay. Please. Thank you. No. Invisible walls and Mordor. Name a more iconic duo. Oh, you actually knocked me off my horse, legitimately. Oh yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of the Dwarven side. Yeah, definitely south to north. Thrassy's Lodge up to Gindamon. That's kind of where I'm happy with. Sort of going past there to Noglond and Sarnor, like outside Sarnor. And Ered Luin itself. Though I definitely still think I have a couple quests in the Dwarven side of... I think, actually, no, I might have completed those. I've definitely got some Shire quests left to do on here still. Am I snagged on something? Yes. Sometimes you can just feel it. You can just tell. Sometimes. I don't know if I'd say the story of Ered Luin's better. Obviously, it all feeds into the epic at one point, but I'm not sure which I would say is the best starting story zone. Hobbit I haven't really played through enough. But I remember a lot of travel required to get to Bree, and that's why it was I didn't really enjoy it. Obviously, Bree is Bree land. Because I went on it from the perspective of not having swift travel as well. There is that as well. Like, when I was doing the speedrun of Hobbit intro, it was actually the first time I realized you were in the same... Like, I realized you were in the same prison, but I kind of didn't fully realize that you were in the same prison, if that makes sense. Like, it didn't really fully click with me that you were in the same prison as the man prison, just in a different cell. Even though it makes sense because Aragorn is there with Amdir and what have you, and the same hobbits and whatever. But yeah, I didn't really fully put two and two together. But more often than not, I skip the intros now, so it's never really been an issue or something noticeable from that. Should do it as tier list. That's my next plan. I'm just going to do a tier list of the intros and a tier list of the classes and a tier list of the races. Cool, this should be easy. If it comes to it as well, we also do have Talvelard, who has all this unlocked and can do a little bit more in terms of allegiance stuff, but honestly, I don't think we need it. I think we should be fine today. Going back to... In fact, we can probably look on our actual D-tracker properly. Treasure of Agonithe, Treasures of Dor Amarth. We could probably do those as well. Using... nope. Lottery Companion. There's quite a lot. Like Lingris, Dor Amarth, like 2 out of 12. But I think... If I remember correctly, it should show you which ones you do and don't have on there. And then, obviously, we have complete quests for the thingy as well. I think what helps me, at least with the Elfarid Luin side, is back when I wasn't VIP, I had to do the intro anyway. So I'm so used to that, whereas I probably wasn't as much on the other one. Oh, we're only one hidden threat away. Could probably finish that today as well. Lost Lore of these, we're not really going to worry about. I kind of wish I could hide that. But if I have explorers left to do, that's a lot of, like, if we look here, there's a lot of, I think, explorer or treasures to complete explorer to complete deeds, you know, and then treasure to complete explorer to complete deed. So we could probably bash those out quite well, like, because we've done Udun already, and then just, yeah, these allegiance-y ones, which is a bit of a pain. So yeah, just complete enemies and these. I mean, I do have a 6-hour Slayer Accelerator somewhere. And I could just chuck one of those on and probably get away with it pretty well. Oh, I also just reminded myself of a topic I wanted to do a video on, and that's why I kept that item in my inventory. I need to do a bit more research into it though. But I think it'd be a really interesting video. I've talked about it briefly before. But I wanted to wait until Faerand was at the level of doing the content. And then I can easily get footage for it. Was the idea. So I actually haven't done that bit of content yet. It's not actually part of a deed, so I can get away with not doing it for a minute. But cool. So... finish that, and I get Silver Signet, Silver Signet. So I don't know with Silver Signets if we want to use those up again, because Signets, we have 145, and obviously they're character or account bound, but you can trade them. Same with these tokens of service. You can actually trade them in for gear, which we can then deconstruct. But I wanted to look into what's the most efficient way of using those, because... we have 820, but I think the gear is like weirdly pushed up. I think they could probably gotten away with taking a 0 off everything and just giving you one token of service. But we can go to this guy and we can go to relics, and we can buy enhancement runes. We can buy these. This is clearly the better choice because it's +2 versus +3. So, you know, why pay 4 times as much for one level? But there was the idea that you can buy incomparable 106 traceries and words of craft and words of power at 106. But we can also buy words of power for 4 times less, and just, I think I was just doing it to get ancient script, because I can buy 14 of these and they sell for like, I think 30, right? Let's just buy one and then double check. So 40, I lied. So with the remaining, that's 520 ancient script, and I can do this on Tarvelad as well, and we can get a decent chunk of extra stuff. So I think that was better than buying incomparables and kind of hoping we had incomparables. So it is what it is. Right though, I want to just clear up my inventory a teeny bit. I'm gonna keep the map because why not? But let's just chuck those. And did we not get? No, we didn't. We could do these though. We do have quite a few quests here, but these won't give us the allegiance-y things, will they? Because I've already done my allegiance quests that I have to do for the day. Obviously, we want to do them because we want to get the quests of the stronghold, whatever they're called, foothold, I think it was. So Sayed, we could get 10 of them. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's nice to see someone else here, but they're 150. Damn, their morale is a lot higher than mine. It's like a lot higher, which is sad. Oh yeah, so the reason I wanted to come over here is because it was you, I think. What do you need? So yeah, we can buy for 25. We can buy a piece of gear that we can deconstruct to 40. I don't know if you can get incomparables here. And okay, so superiors are for relics, which okay, we don't really care about that. But yeah, it was a question of, could we? Is it worth us like buying a bunch of this? Like, I want to work out the math. So 820 divided by 25. So 32. Let's say 33, because by the time we do a bit more, then we've got some stuff. Times 40, that's 1,320 motes. But I could just spend a teeny bit of time doing farming and get more. But also, I'm not going to use these on anything else. So there's not much point in holding on to them other than having a bigger number and saying that I have a lot of tokens. But again, I don't really think we're too fussed in regards to I haven't slept in days. Gear or anything. We can also come over here, and we do have enough to and again, I should probably double check this first, but I'm pretty sure we're capped on crit and physical mastery at this point. So we can, I think, purely go into vitality, but I should double check that before I say anything for sure. So 27,684, and the cap is 27,000, so we're over capped on crit. But do we go for a little bit more like devastate potentially? Because that's 1,000 on there. Do we like take a little bit of a hit to? I would like to get 40k morale. That would be quite nice. But do we take the hit and get the better thingy? How is my finesse? So my finesse is apparently overcapped. Oh, it is. Do I get an extra boost to my finesse or something at the minute? No. Maybe I was mounted and that's why. So I'm overcapped on it. Maybe that, yeah. Okay. 33730. Yes, I'm up. So this is the thing. I'm up on my physical mastery by 7,000 nearly. So it's 27,000 and I'm at 33,000. I can definitely somehow drop some physical mastery and get some crit. But there's no way of getting until like later on, obviously, in Umbar. There's no way of doing like minus stats for plus stats. There's no like minus morale for minus vitality for an increase in crit, which is a bit of a pain. And gear-wise, I don't really know what we can do other than go might. Like if I went might gear instead of like medium might, I'd get more crit and less physical mastery. But is it worth it at this point when we're so close to moving on, content-wise? Maybe if I had thought about it before, or now that we have Luxury Companion to sort of preemptively look at the gear like that, maybe then we should start now looking at medium might gear if it does exist, and trying to get that instead of medium agility gear, to try and boost up that, because I'm pretty sure I get more crit from that. I should double check that first. It's been a while. Let's put it in our final stats though. 21994 and 9692. So we're up. We're over capped on physical mitigation by 7,000. Nice. Nearly 7,000. 6 away. Over capped on physical mastery by 6,730, and we're over capped on crit by 684. So yeah, if we took that 6,000 physical mastery and put it into crit, we'd pretty much almost be capped to devastate, which would be a nice little bonus if we wanted to go that route. But obviously at this point, probably not worth it. I don't even know what 120 gear looks like other than anvil. Now I can buy some anvil tier 1 stuff, I think, but purchasing the tier 2 stuff is not really going to be doable unless I find anybody that's running it, which occasionally I see, but I haven't seen anybody running anvil for a while. I see Magna Corbo, Tomb. I was about to say Tomb of Elendil, but it's not. Dragon, Isle, Fane, you know. That's kind of the thing. Should double check that. So I get 1.5 crit, it looks like, for might. But agility, I get 1. So yeah, it wouldn't be a massive increase. But it'd be interesting to look at the agility and just see, you know, swap it for might and see where that would put us. Right, though. Let us head over back into Mordor. And, was it these quests I already done? Was it these ones I picked up? Yeah, okay. I also should... That is definitely not what I was after. There we are. So I want to have a look. So Foothold of Agonize, Foothold of Dor Amarth, Foothold of Lingris, Foothold of Talith Urui, and Foothold of Udun. So 28, 31, 23, 27, 32. So Agonize we're the closest to finishing. Dor Amarth we haven't done our ones for today, so we can actually go to Dingarth. Lingris we're super far behind. I think I just forget Lingris exists sometimes. Talith Urui we are 9 away, so we've just missed one at some point, but we do still have so that'll actually be 33, and then I haven't even done all those. Are they? No. Yeah, so we have some quests. Yeah, we still have this one as well, so that'll be 32. And then Lingris we'll do today, and we can get to 30 something. So that'll be... Actually, no, we'll catch up with that. This one we're just a little bit behind as well, so we'll actually decently get up with that as well. Because Dor Amarth, I've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that will get us up to 38. No, yeah, 38. No, 36, I lie. And then Udun, we don't have any right now. Oh, I've got 3 actually. So, yeah. That should mean, in theory, tomorrow we will have completed those. Intermediate. But then we do have to do double that to get to advanced, which again is going to take a while. So I just need to get back on it with making sure that I am actually doing the quests and just getting them done during the day. And then we can get out of here relatively soon. I think it'll be interesting to kind of try and work out how long it will take. Like, if we can go, right, we can get 5 of these done a day, how many days is it going to take? It's not actually 5, I think it's... No, it is 5, actually. Yeah. So we'll be 40 Then we need to do 50, so 10 days. Problem is, when it gets to like 10 days, is the time where I go, oh, I don't want to spend that much time in this area, but then we still have to do all the leaders and stuff. It's always a case of once you get to the end of the expansion, at least for me, like getting to the end of the wastes was such a like, it was the last little things I didn't want to do, and getting to the end of Mordor as well is kind of into the same thing. And Northern Strongholds. I mean, that's also going to take a little while as well. I think you can do 8 per day on that. So if we're at, let's say, 60, that's going to take about 5 days. So a little over a week. So we'll see how that goes. It's one of those things that make me just go, can I just come back when I'm 150? I'll do it then. Like, I'm not actually getting any super benefit for this. Except rep. And even rep I still need to do. Because Path of Valor I do want to get sorted. Curb Ovnar is a later on thing, and same with the Thrain. What are we also looking at? So March on Gundabad, that will also be a wait. Dwarves of Erebor should actually be relatively easy, all things considered, because everything gives Dwarves of Erebor rep. Men of Dale is catching up, but we didn't need that as much because of our focus was on Felaggoth, which is what I used all my experience rep accelerators on. And then what else do we have? So we need to get neutral with these guys, and I need to remember how to do that properly. And then I still have to finish Defenders of Minas Tirith, which actually should be relatively easy now. I just wanted to stay away from Minas Tirith because it was lagging so bad when we were there. I don't know what it's like anymore. And Rangers of Ithilien and Lebanon are also a bit of a weird grind. Lebanon, I think I was just waiting on a good deal on the rep items, if I remember correctly. I don't know what they are. Lotro, Men of Lebanon. So yeah, Worn Medallion of Castamere. If I just look at Castamere, nope. So yeah, I was gonna go around with either Tarvelard and just grind out killing enemies and hoping for them, or I don't know, just because I think we're close. I think it was literally we're ally, we just need 10,000. Which, with rep items, isn't too bad. We could also just do repeatables. So there's the roving threats, which is not going to be doable solo right now, I don't think. We do have some bounty stuff and Faithful Sisters and warbands. I'm not really sure how we'll be with warbands at the minute. Like, yes, we're 15 levels ahead, but they are intended for more than one player. So I don't really know how we scale to it right now. I mean, we could look. So let me find the guy. So 95,000 morale. Could we defeat someone with 95k morale and most likely followers? Possibly, if we do it properly, if we actually kind of pay attention a little bit rather than just trying to like run and gun and use very basic skills. Like if I actually use bleeds and start doing, you know, proper actual skills. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to use this guy as like my remember. Yeah, Adroit Maneuver is one that we kind of want to do because it decreases our attack duration, which is also quite nice. So we can attack quicker. I can't remember the other one that I was doing. Was it 1 2 1 3 2 3? No. I remember reversal now a little bit better. I can probably find it if I leave out these. Fierce Resolve is a morale tap, which I need to remember more often. Because that's deflection, so 3 1 2. Because that's probably my biggest problem is health management when it comes to Warden. I think because I spent so long being, you know, super over-the-top health, it just made me not pay attention to my health as much, or like my heals, which has, you know, kind of messed me up. Why is this guy? I think it's because I'm just kind of messing around a little bit too much, but this guy is causing me problems. I'm trying to find that one skill. It's not a Drake maneuver, it's another one. Warden's Triumph, that was it. 1-3-2-1-3. Oh, I am taking a beating. One. Oh, that's why, because it's like based off of a Drake maneuver. That's why I'm thinking. Okay. 3. Let me have Warden Triumph. Up my damage, please. Cool. That's why I should be like training on a dummy rather than in the middle of a fight. Because yeah, what I'm supposed to do is do that before battle. And then, Dunphy Plays, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Glad I saw that, because apparently my activity feed alert thing is actually not working properly on my OBS. So it's nice that actually came through. Do 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 do. 2, 1, 3, boom. Probably heal at some point. Would be nice. I mean, I do have morale pots. I barely use morale pots, but they're there. They exist. I think it's better to do a droid maneuver first, because then it means, you know, everything else is quicker. Do 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 do. Get over here. It does make me think though, right? So if a droid maneuver is a what, 16%? What was it? Yeah. 16% attack duration decrease. It makes me think, do I, at some point, try and get... Because isn't there a... I mean, I probably shouldn't, but... oh, also, I definitely should have swapped that for a higher tier. Anyway, yeah, it's like, should I go for the... attack duration reduction? Probably not, because I can't remember what it actually otherwise gives you. I assume crit, because I feel like everything gives you crit, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's be honest, this is the way things should go. So 3, 1, 2, 1, nope, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, then ambush, knock him out. 1. Then not have lag. And not get knocked out. Cool. Wasn't quite what I was after, but whatever. Why does everybody keep knocking me out? It's so sad. I feel like I never have issue with this. I don't really understand why I'm not struggling. It's just I feel like normally, maybe I'm just used to Talvala too much. Just one-shotting everything. Probably the issue. Too strong otherwise. Oh, hi. I didn't actually mean to fight you. I'm not gonna lie. And I forgot Resounding Challenge has a much bigger, like, area of effect than I always remember it has. Which is a bit of a problem. Let me just... Is my... Do you know a really annoying thing? I think my YouTube stream has been private this entire time. I set it to schedule, but I think it got scheduled wrong. It's very confusing. Right, is it better now? Okay. I wonder why that wasn't working. I didn't really, like, put two and two together. Well, either way, it might be working now. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. At least I have a local copy. It's very weird, though. Don't really understand why that was the case. Ooh, why is my OBS in my middle screen? What is going on? I'm really hopeful, though, that all the cages are more down here, because it's a little bit easier to maneuver that other area than it is this one, I think. There's apparently something down here. Oh, it's a sword rack. Okie dokes. Do. Please die. Just a bit quicker. Nope, not quick enough. There we go. Let me just double check all this is working now. Yeah, so weird. Might just want to check it's actually working. Alright, let's head down this way. Away from the enemies, please. There we go. Okay, looks like it's actually maybe working now. Very odd, and I will definitely check that again next time. Yeah, this is a lot nicer down here. Don't like dealing with these. All these larger enemies. I also want to double check. I feel like one of these quests gives me... No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's a bit annoying. And I want to check as well. Okay, we are celebrated with Gorgoroth already, which, you know, wasn't as much of a grind as the Wastes, thankfully, because it's just a lot more quests going on when it comes to it. Like, there's just a whole bunch more that you can actually work with, where the Wastes was a very fitting name, let's just put it that way. Not really as many encampments. Also, it was an expansion versus a, you know, little quest pack, so to be expected. So what I think we'll do in a minute as well, maybe once we've just got to the end of this zone, in terms of the dailies, I might jump on to Scarshoe, and I think we might go ahead and craft ourselves up our necklace. I think I should have everything for it now that we've got the black adamants sorted. So I'm pretty sure I've got a guaranteed crit as well, so that's also quite nice. And yeah, that'll be our last bit of gear. Now, because we were talking about it earlier, I'm curious to see, I don't know if I've got the page up or whatever, but yeah, Stylish Pendant of Thranduil's Power, or whatever it's called, the other one. So if I go to Fellogoth, and I then go to crafting, and then we go back to the necklace recipe. Is it going to be better for us to try and make of Thorin's strength? Because we were talking earlier about the idea of might versus agility in terms of a crit. If literally the only difference in stat is might versus agility, and we don't really care that much about our agility in terms of getting physical mastery from it, is it going to be better for us to go into might to get that extra stat? Maybe we'll play with it. It's not going to matter too much. Like, we're already overcapped on both, but if I can just squeeze a little bit more crit out of it, maybe it'll be nice just to get a little bit more devastate out of it. It would be nice if I could... I mean, I could probably purchase... because, like, this, for example, is only Vitality, right? I could probably... I don't think it's this one. I think this is from the quest. But let's say, I don't know, the gauges. It could be interesting for us to purchase, because it's just a Vitality on the Essence. Just compare by purchasing a Might version and just seeing how it compares in terms of stats, like A to B. And then that might give us a little bit of information on what we're going to do in terms of our next set of gear. Now, I might look up preemptively our level 120 gear, because much like with 150, or 115 rather, if I can find, if I can go through and start getting that gear now. Obviously, the Thranduil's Power stuff was really nice because we were able to do quests and stuff in order to preemptively obtain it, but especially because it was bound to account, which was really nice. But if I can look through in a minute and find the level 120 gear, oh, no wonder I wasn't doing the right attack. I'm silenced. But yeah, maybe we could start looking into that, and even what we're doing this 10 days or whatever it takes of questing, we could maybe start getting some extras. I actually don't know what it is, except like Anvil, but I don't know what like viably we can get. I don't even really know what level 120 is anymore. Like, so where to play should be helpful a little bit, because right now Plateau Golgoth up to level 115. So Vales of Anduin, is it Vales of Anduin and Ered Mithrin? So it's Ironfold, Ered Mithrin, Vales of Anduin. So isn't it the Framsberg or whatever it's called gear? Is that what it is? I can't remember. Let's have a little look-see, for example. So let's go gear, configs, let's copy paste that, and then up ourselves to 120. And then if I look at chest plate, choose, and we're looking at medium armor, and Reforged Town Savers jacket is a thing, but isn't that featured instances? Oh, Thrang. Yeah, Thranduil's power. So 345, Abyss. Reinforced Hauberk of Stonehelm. Dwarf holds instant gear. There is apparently a barterer called Moose. Which is not a very easy thing to look up, apparently, because it's just not. Let's... Oh, I wanted to... Reinforced Swift Hauberk. Okay, reinforced Swift Hauberk of what? What's it called? Of Stonehelm. Okay. It is a crafting recipe? Maybe? Because 130 is whatever those not Dwaragleam, but the other one. What's the one after Dwaragleam? I can't remember what they're called. Oh, I'm looking up the wrong thing. Ithelan, that's it. So Ithelan shards. Also, apparently I have 14 Emberweaver Crafts. Good to know. Yeah, so Dwaragleam, then Ithelan. Also, I kind of should maybe check that if there's any Drygox scales going, because I kind of want more, please. Oh, I looked up. I'm so dumb. Any Drygox scales go in? Okay, maybe not. Draigoch. Guessing a no. Cool, good to know. Always like to check. Because I have enough of the clasp, I just don't have enough scales. To get what I need. Do. Nice. But yeah, it hasn't shown me, annoyingly, how to get the actual item. Reinforce, yeah, okay, it tells me the stats, but it doesn't tell me how to get it. So, something I'll have to investigate later, I think. Doesn't even look particularly better, to be honest. So 420 agility, fine, nice upgrade. 225 vitality, so not a massive upgrade. And I lose an essence slot. I get 1993 finesse, fine. I do get a crit instead of Light of Erendil, which is fine. That's actually another thing as well. This gear, I'm probably going to keep it. Because if we ever come back and at cap want to do, you know, some Mordor content, we're going to want Light of Erendil. And one easy way of getting Light of Erendil for us is going to be just putting on a piece of random gear that, you know, just benefits us. And what I mean by that, with my actual words, is if we can get Light of Erendil gear, like probably necklace and earrings and stuff, like non-essency gear, while still having our armor and anything essency as well, to be honest, we can just hit that threshold of like 100 really easily, and negate any Shadow of Mordor stuff. And that's just an overall benefit to how we're going to get through that, because then we'll have the overall stats of just being higher level, but also we won't have the negative percentage based debuffs, which is probably the biggest problem we're going to have otherwise. Right, so there's 2 cages, which is here because we've just done that thing where we just go and attack everybody and clear out the entire place first, and then we have our sword racks as well, and for the most part it looks like encampment, 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 which is fine. Yeah, that's all I can really say. It's fine. Not too much issue. So we are going to have to find our way up to there. I hate trying to get up to this one, but I'll have to try and remember. That is not what I wanted. Yeah, we'll just have to try and remember how to do that. I feel like armor might be relatively easy to get. It's going to be, I think, jewelry that might be potentially a problem, because I can look up armor sets at 120 and kind of get a gist of it. So if I go like Warden here, I can get renewed armor of Warden's Recollection. That's 115 actually. Okay, so there's no set bonus stuff specifically, but if I look at medium, we can get the Winter Stith stuff, which is a lot of essency things. Acquired from Anvil of Winterstith. Yeah, okay. There's definitely, that's like set stuff, but this is technically a set but not got a set bonus, and that's why it doesn't actually count as a set. Can I just look up medium armor 111 to 120? But I feel like that only shows 115 stuff. It's very weird. Also, cannot work out how to get here to save my life. Oh, what's this? Minas Morgul Primer. Oh, I took a beating somewhere across the line here. Like, I have a lot of not health. I think Morgul should be pretty easy in terms of gear, to be honest. Like, How's the Black Lore I can do, Deep Barrow I can do, Harrowing of Minas Morgul should be relatively easy to do. I have plenty of characters that can run through that, obviously high level, and start getting the Ithilgalan shards or whatever that I don't have already. I should, as soon as I get into 120, we will probably start running that a little bit more often, just to get used to, yeah, to get used to it. But also I want to, have the Ithilgalan scraps or whatever they're called, sort of ready and available to go. Like, ideally that and the helmet, I think, if we can make that straight away, would be super nice. I'm not really sure what the rest of the gear would actually end up being, to be quite honest. I mean, I could technically sort of brute force it by going like incomparable legendary, and then we go like helmet or let's say gauntlets. Or is it hands? Yeah. And then we sort of just like backtrack a little bit. I mean, technically, okay, we can actually go Delver's stuff. That actually doesn't work, but yeah, these are 120 sort of stuff. Silkweave arm guards. We can actually buy some of the set bonus stuff for those guys straight away. These are the Winterstith stuff. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what we're doing there. In fact, actually, I legitimately think jewelry might be easier from Veils of Anduin. Warcry is my skill, thank you. You are not supposed to use it. Thank you very much. We have a look, actually. Veils of Anduin. That crafted item. I don't want to find that. I just want to have a look up. Okay, Veils of Anduin. How difficult is it to search up the name of a region and get it on the wiki? So I want to have a look at not lore. I wanted to look at not titles, reputation factions. That's what I want to look at. Wilderfolk, because that's what I'm thinking it is. Because I think I've got some items for Wilderfolk already. Wilderfolk items. Let's have a look at Guide to Bjorninghus, Bjorning's token, Quartermaster rewards, and then we have medium armor, which that is all going to be slightly annoying because a lot of it has fate, I think. Actually, that's got crit. Yeah, fate, crit, fate, fate. And as we were talking about before, fate is not quite the stat it used to be, unfortunately. It would be weird though if this is going to be, if 120 is the first time we have purple gear as our best in slot. Not best in slot, but like theoretically what we can best obtain. It's going to be weird. Don't like it. It's a scary concept. Because at that point, I almost wonder... Obviously, rarity doesn't matter. Oh, treasure cache. Rarity doesn't really matter that much. Like, if a purple piece is better than a teal piece, go for the purple. Like, go for it. But it would be interesting to see what the moats gear looks like in comparison. Am I on something, or have I broken legs, or nope, it's just being very slow for some reason. Yeah, I don't really know though, because at least this one, Swift Hallbuck of the Adventurer, has a seemingly a essence slot. Those have 3 essence slot. Hallbuck of the Moor. Where'd you get that from? Mithril Trest of Dwarven Treasure. Yeah, it's gonna be weird. There's even a chance, actually, we keep what we've got. Because I think there's no... Yeah, it's just minimum level. We just couldn't put any better essences in it. But we might not even need better essences. Because it also is completely dependent on what the cap is on 120. So, okay, it actually does jump up quite a significant amount. Obviously, we'll get stats with it. And in theory, we get better jewelry that don't have essence slots and whatever. But crit goes up to 34k. Same with physical mastery. So even with our super overcapped physical mastery right now, we would be 270 below, but that would probably be made different. Like, we'd probably make up the difference just by leveling those 5 levels. Plus, in theory, a shield. Shield's always been the one that I've struggled with, so I'm actually curious on a 120 shield as well. I don't really know what we would have. Reinforced shield of the Veils is a tier 12 metalsmithing item. So, could be very interesting. This is a really bad idea, by the way, of me being on my horse, specifically Warsteed, doing this, because I could very easily fall off, but I think we are going to be fine, hopefully. That was a lot of pop in then. That was very, very, very odd. Thankfully, I don't think there's anything that can, like, specifically push our horse off to the side that isn't just servers being weird. So, yeah. Fingers crossed. It's the first time in a very long time I've seen anybody in regional chat. That is crazy to see. Definitely not often I see that. It's a pretty nice shield, actually. Shield of the Bales. No, Veils. And then... all. This one? Yeah. It's actually not massively better. It's quite a nice agility boost. I mean, obviously it's all just an increase, but it's actually pretty nice. And we should be able to, fingers crossed, just craft that straight away. I think Metalsmith. I think I'm up to cap on that at the minute. I think I'm just not on the like newest, like the Umbari tier, but like I don't think I'm crit on it, but I haven't really needed Metalsmith because the gear I've got for Renaborn I think is better than the Metalsmith stuff. I could be wrong about that actually, but I haven't played him enough recently to find out because I don't actually know. It's like I don't even know if there's any like new items. Probably is. Hey, thank you for the resub. Very much appreciated. Oh yeah, there's a new new horse, isn't there? I should definitely get to opening up a loot box or two. Maybe. So because I want to like do something, you know, I want to stream every day this week, and then we'll get back into like 4 streams a week or whatever it ends up being after that. But what I want to do is, so today we're doing this because I was going to go Mordor. Tomorrow I think we'll do the speedrunning stuff because I want to get my record back, and also I want to try and see if we can get River Hobbit record as well. Would be super nice. This guy is having a real fun time. But maybe we also talked about Iron Man, and I've already forgotten about the thing I was going to just talk about. I was like, maybe we'll do this thing, but I can't remember what it was. What was I talking about? Oh, that's really annoying. I had like a really good idea for a stream. Oh, yeah, no, loot boxes. Maybe I'll try and get some characters done up for like the end of the week. You know? That could be interesting. And we can open up, because I used to like opening up 100 loot boxes. So if I like remade all my, I think I've remade them all, I just haven't gotten them up to level 20 yet. So yeah, maybe we can catch up with that almost and open up loot boxes, finish off like our gear here because we need 7,500 motes, and we're like halfway there. So really we don't need 100, we need a lot less than that. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any like curator or vendor at the minute that I need anything from, but we definitely get a nice boost to our, because I don't know how many figments we've got. 1,000, because I spent a load at the curator, I think, when it was last around, so... Cool. That's done. And can we safely navigate down from here? I don't think we can. Okay, let me just... Cool. I think, yeah, we can like navigate our way down here. It's just, this is probably the worst place to try and work your way around, to be honest. Okay. Oh, already getting stuck. Come on. I'm still there. Yeah, because I'm being attacked. How could you tell? Oh, right. We're just going to straight up ignore everybody, chuck sacrifice on, and yeah, I'm going to hope that me going this way. I think I can go there, down here, and then over here for the last one. And then whether or not we do Treasures of the Doomfold, we should, because if we're trying to do these deeds, you know, Tower of Uri, we're on 31 out of 40, and then that's 32, 33, 34. We should be doing them. I just think it's one of those things of, it takes so long. But obviously, what, it was like a year between, I think no, it was 2 years before Minas Morgul came out, but obviously I think there was quest packs in between then. So, death. Maybe we'll get somewhat close. It could be worse. Obviously, it's like delayed for the sake of you have time to do it. Whereas with us, we're rushing to get there as soon as possible. So it's like arbitrarily time gated, like on purpose to slow you down. Whereas we're trying to like race against that, which can be a bit of a pain. Should we try and pick these up while we go around? I think we're going to have to go into Barad-dûr anyway. Not Barad-dûr, Barad-dûr. I was thinking of Mirkwood still from earlier. Because I don't think we have to kill you guys at all. We can probably get away with not aggroing, but we'll kill one of them just for the sake of it. Cool. Hey, hey, how we doing? Doing well, I hope. We are on... Yes, that one. Evernight. I was trying to work out. I was like, wait, did I move from Evernight to Arkansas or Arkansas to Evernight? Yeah, we are on Evernight. I was planning on going Mirkwood. Damn it. I was planning to go on Mordor today. However, I was not able to log in. I was having issues, and apparently a few others were also having issues. So I decided, let's go and head to Mordor instead of Mordor. Yep, we are on our Warden. And yeah, I'm back with hopefully productive times. I mean, to be fair, all we're doing right now is we're just going through this to finish up our deeds. Like I said, after this one, we're going to log out real quick. I'm going to go craft up my last piece of gear for this level. And then it really just comes down to a time crunch of it's going to be however long it takes me to finish. Enemies advanced. I've only got one hidden threat left. I just need to find him. Scourge Slayer is just going to be a situation where I just go around with Zia again and I just kill them because otherwise it's never going to happen. And then, yeah, just finishing the foothold off and discovery. Can do if you want. I mean, as I said, I'm just running around and doing these. I don't really think I'm planning on doing any instances. The weekly actually is to do Dungeons of Nearband and whatever else it's called, Saragost. But I probably not going to deal with those because I don't really want to deal with Nearband. I don't like the prison. I also just remembered, don't we get a horse out of the very end of this? I don't remember which quest it is specifically, but isn't it... It's not Quests of Gorgoroth. Is it just Deeds of Gorgoroth? Maybe we don't have it, but isn't Deeds of Gorgoroth the one that gives us the horse? Gorgoroth. I could have also just looked it up on the thingy, shouldn't I? Yeah, the rescued steed of Agonith. Thankfully, I don't think we have to do history. Oh wait, no, sorry. We do have to do history, but we don't have to do the raid ones and the instance ones. That was what I was getting at. So we do eventually need to go around and do those. I think. How many of those have I got so far? I've done History of Gorgoroth. Lost Lore. So I've got 2 there. So 2 to complete. How many have I done? Hopefully it's 3. And I just have 2 left to do. So I've done Lost Lore of Gorgoroth. And I've done Saragost. Okay. I don't know what else we have to complete then out of those. So we'll need to look into that. Because I would like to get those done. Because I like that horse. I probably won't use it. Because I like the Oryx, I like the Shifting Hues, and I like the Hobby Horse. And then the my War Steed is the Mordor one now. So that at least I've got some difference. I don't know what my plan is. So I've obviously been away for a little while. I haven't really kept up. The most information I have seen is what has been posted in the Lotro Creators Discord, which I haven't really fully looked at. I have seen it in my notifications, links to stuff and whatever, and talking about, and mostly housing, it seems to be talked about. But I have not really, other than that, seen anything. I do need to catch up on it. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, because I said this earlier, I'm not really tied down to Evernight. I'm not really... I could go to any server, as long as I can transfer, and be pretty happy. But part of me is like, do I want to do the hassle of moving? But yeah, I don't know. Because the thing is, I moved to Evernight because I was on Arkenstone originally, and then when I started streaming, because it never really mattered when I was recording just videos, whatever, and just doing solo stuff, but when I started streaming, a lot of people were pointed out they were on Evernight because, kind of EUE server sort of thing. So I ended up moving to Evernight because people wanted to do content together, and I was like, oh, it's easier if I move, one person moves rather than everybody else try and move to me, which I obviously never want people to do for any reason. So I don't know where I'd move because of that. I think it would make sense to go on an EU server. Probably. Let's be honest. Because again, that's partially the reason I moved to here, is because it's the de facto EU server. But I haven't looked into it enough to fully commit to anything yet. Because house, I can just move house, not a problem. The only other thing I saw is that they're upping the amount of character slots, which is something I'm always a fan of. I was literally just talking about making another 25 buildings and doing my 100 Lotro loot boxes. So if I'm going that far, I may as well commit fully and get the extra character slots and make even more. But then I'd also have to move my alt account as well, I guess. That'd be another thing. Which, again, is less of an issue, because there's only like 2 characters I actually care about, really, on that character. On that account. I'd have to convince Ghost to move. Or be like, Ghost, let me just log in your account, please, and just let me transfer everything over. So that you can not play on the other server. But I know, like, I don't know how it works, but, like, I'm assuming there's a period of time where they're going to let you do free transfers. But I know if, like, I didn't get Ghost to move, he would come back, try and play the game, like, 6 months later after it's no longer available, and then get upset that I didn't tell him so. He's too busy playing The Sims at the minute, I think. I really tried to get him to play Mordor. I really wanted him to play Mordor. Because he has... I'm really bad at doing group content, but I can kind of pressure myself into it. I think Ghost has got even more of a fear than I do. So I wanted him to be like, hey, we'll be the same level, and we'll do content together, you know? And try and get him over it. But, no dice. But yeah, I do think it's interesting because obviously we had server consolidation quite a few years back. What was that, like 2017, I want to say? And now we'll sort of have the opposite where people will be splitting up and have to kind of decide. Because I think people were deciding what servers they're going to move to, but they had less of a pool to work off. But now people are going to have to work out where they're moving to, but they have, like, they're more split, I guess. But if there's like an EU roleplay, an EU non-roleplay, it'll probably just be go to the non-roleplay one. However it works. And then maybe I'll actually be able to do Warden as proper group content because I won't be spending 5 minutes trying to use a skill. And I can actually, as I say, learn how to play it properly. I do actually know how to play Warden properly. I'm just lazy. If I don't have to, I don't do it. What is this guy doing? He better not be attacking me. Is he? He is attacking me, damn it. Like, I even used Adroit Maneuver earlier. And Fierce Resolve as a morale tap. See, I know what I'm doing. Believe me. Please. Yeah, so I'll probably just end up moving to the EU non-roleplay server. If it comes to it. It's probably the easiest way of doing it. I actually really wanted to. I've never been a roleplay person, right? I've never really been able to get into it. But I have at times wanted to give it a go. Like, even if it was just for a stream or even a video. I don't really know what the premise of said video would be, but you know, I do think it would be a kind of an interesting, like, perspective style thing. Okay, I'm doing this on purpose, just before anybody accuses me of being bad at the game. You can say that all you want normally, but that was on purpose. I feel like I have to preface it when I purposely jump off a cliff. Tactical retreat, because I'm trying to get into Barad-dûr. It will definitely make it easier to recommend service. Because am I correct in assuming it will just be... It'll be open, not necessarily a VIP only, like Mordor is? Because I feel like that'll be a terrible way to gate it. At least with the legendary servers, it's been, like, always been a VIP only thing, so at least it makes sense. Because it might make for more reliable, regular, like, raiding groups and stuff. If everybody's in, like, presumably, like, a couple hours, slot-wise of time. Yeah. That makes sense. I just know always with the VIP, with the legendary servers being in EU, the whole idea was like, oh, well, you know, the price of VIP is sort of subsidizing the extra cost. But I guess it's also, if you're paying for like a rack, it's probably like you're probably paying more for one server in theory than it like per server than if you buy more or use more space, you're kind of getting better value, would I assume be kind of the idea. It's an interesting sort of cyclical thing, because obviously with was it Codemasters, there used to be a EU servers like locally hosted, and now it's kind of like looped back around. The next interesting thing would be how they handle updates. Like, would updates be sort of more locally timed? Because right now, like, downtime is always sort of middle of the day, at least for me, on Wednesdays. But if it was like scheduled differently, would be interesting. I doubt it though. See, with new servers, this definitely means I need to make a new playthrough, right? On YouTube. Because I did it for, well, Arkenstone and Evernight, technically. And I did it for Anor. And then I'll do whatever. So I wonder what they'll be named as well. I don't actually know. Again, zero information. Be interesting if they brought back old names, like if they went and like named it Snowborn, for example. Was Snowborn, is that the one I'm thinking of? It's like renaming old retired server names, just to be a bit more confusing. I was saying earlier about how, and bearing in mind this, I'm fully aware this is a terrible idea and I will not actually do it, but I semi-joked about not transferring anything over and fully starting from scratch on like new servers, because I've said before, like, oh, sometimes I feel like I want to just delete all my characters, start from scratch, like fresh new characters, but it's like 1% of me that knows it's a terrible idea, and you know, 99% of me knows it's a terrible idea. 1% of me is the one that stinks it and goes, I should just like start fresh and start anew and then, you know, do it all. I don't even know if I need to go anywhere further in here because I'm not sure. I think at the end there is a few more of these. I'm so used to the instance version of this as well that's like a lot longer. It's kind of annoying. But I definitely need to commit to doing all these today, because I know if I don't, I won't finish them off. And then what annoys me is when I get out of sync with deeds. Like, so there's 5 areas and however many quests per day. And if I get like super out of sync where 3 of them are completed and 2 are super far behind, I'm going to get annoyed with myself. Like Lingress especially is going to be that. So I need to make sure I do it. But part of me wants to just go on Tar Valard, blitz through these quests, and get me some more allegiance points. Because I think that'll be kind of interesting to try and get done. But I definitely need to finish this. I think at the end of this, what I want to do at the end of today's stream, maybe after potentially, I need to have a look at what I've got left. Because a lot of it is just, I have a certain amount of quests I can do per day, and I am then going to have to wait X amount of days to complete it. So I need to look through like the instances, and I want to get a Slayer. Like, so I have the enemies of Durthang, enemies of the Burning Mountain, those ones. I want to get the deeds up on so I don't even know where they are. Enemies here. I want to get the like up on my tracker, and I want to count before and after and see how many enemies are in the instance, and then use that as a rough, okay, well, there's, I don't know, 40 enemies in here and I need 120. Okay, I need 3 more days of it. Because I think that could be vaguely interesting of an idea. I'm very curious about something. I want to go try something out just now. First off, there's rubble down here, so I definitely want to try that out. Please. Oh, damn it. I don't know what tune I would make if I make a new one, though. I definitely need to make my Mariner. Like, I have a Mariner. I just need to actually level my Mariner. But I'm also... Part of me wants to make a River Hobbit. But I don't know what I want my River Hobbit to be because I have everything else. Because if I want to be vaguely meta, surely I'd be a burglar. Because don't they have dagger damage? Right? As a thing. Yeah, plus 5% dagger damage, whereas I think Stout Axe is only plus 1%. Yeah, 1% dagger damage. So in theory, 5% extra dagger damage. And then you just have spears as well, in theory. Like, I have a mini and they're 150. The one character that I've always been weird about, right, at the moment, is going to be Erinma, who is my Bjorning. Sorry. My Bjorning, Erinma, is level 72 at the moment. Maybe 75, I might have leveled her up a bit. But Erinma on Mordor exists and is going to be a much fuller character once they are completed. And in theory, transferred over. Because I think the original idea, if I remember correctly, was when Mordor catches up, they're just going to... I want to see if this sends me outside. It does. Okay, that's actually exactly what I wanted. But I thought the idea was that they were going to transfer it into like a normal server in the EU, if it made it that far. But I assume now they would just let you free transfer to the other EU server, would be my guess. Or they might still do the same. So Erinma would replace Erinma on here in theory. So I'm like, do I want to level her up to a high level just to be replaced by the same character, but probably have one that's had more effort put into her? So I don't know. Right now, Crafter need them, but Bjorning's a weird one for me in that regard. I mean, we were going over it earlier, right? So, talking about classes. Like, my Brawler is level 50 because they were sort of being a completionist style character. So, I haven't leveled them up much further. I don't have a Guardian. And I don't have a Captain that are, like, actual characters. Lawmaster I want to catch up with. My Lawmaster is... like 60-ish. I did not mean to fall that far. That's kind of annoying. I don't think I have a character on Treebed. I might. Nothing actually of use. The thing is, I've only really... Beforehand, I was more interested in the Legendary servers for the titles and the frames. So like once I had got them on Anor, and I think there was one extra that I got on Shadowfax, I didn't really have much use for Treebid, except the idea was for the titles. But if I can get the titles now on Mordor with the like fearless stuff, I'd rather do that. And I think you can just get them on live servers now anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But But yeah. But yeah, probably might make a Lore Master again. Like, properly. My Lore Master is maxed out Scholar, but is still using... Because I've only leveled them up through crafting. I don't even know if they're on my friends list, because I have myself added as a friend most of the time. So Aramo is 78, apparently. I don't know if he's on here. Maybe not. I have Vemagrim. They're mine. Either way, I don't actually know where he is. Anyway, he's like level 70 or something, but he's still using the like starter gear because I've only leveled him up. I think I will die from this. I've only leveled him up via crafting through Scholar. Damn it. So, third time's the charm. Yeah, so I don't really have him as a character. And because he's like so high level, and I haven't actually played him, I'm not going to understand all the skills I've got. So I need to think about remaking him. Scholar isn't that difficult to level up once you get past the first couple levels. So I think it should be fine if I restart him. The only problem is Scholar Guild, which I am capped on, and I would not like to spend that much time on a Scholar Guild again, if I can help it. So it's probably better that I have got a a Lore Master on Mordor that I've used. So probably best to use that character, get used to it, and then gear up with like, I don't know, some basic barter gear, my Lore Master, and just like kind of get him back on track. I really hope this has just got a piece of... Damn it! Why have you forsaken me? It's so problematic. Cool. That took far too long. I'm going to go back to the Udin Foothold. I'm going to go trade over these black adamants, and I am going to craft myself up a necklace. I'm also going to find the charger for my phone, because my phone is very low battery. So, that was a lot quicker than I expected. We are going to... so I got 15 of those, which is quite nice. And I have somewhere in my inventory... Imagine if I sold them, that would be well sad. There they are. I actually got worried that I sold them then. And somewhere in these carryalls should be some ore. But if not, I think I've got some. So, yeah, I have Doomfold ore. So maybe I'll just make 15. Is there a crafting thing nearby? I'm going to go to the best crafting zone in the game. In my favorite region, one of my favorite places. The superior crafting location. Which I hope has a forge. It does, but... Is this the right one? It is, yeah. Forge, and I'm going to make 15 because that's how many it should be. And I'm hoping... Do they go into... They don't go into my carryall, which is good. That's what I want. Surprised I'm not still got that on Umbar yet. I also have way too many of these. I mean, there's no reason for me not to craft them up, but there's also no reason for me to craft them up. Part of me is like, do I hold on to them and craft it when I level up, and then I will just trade them over? Like, you know, do I level up through just a load of crafting? Not purely, but like a decent amount. I feel like I'm never going to use universal solvents because we're never like at a point where it's the only way to get essences. Like, if we were on level, yes, like moats, I don't think it was available to purchase them for moats, so like we were gonna have to use universal solvents. But there's never been a point like 120 we can just get them through, I think, other means. 130 we can get them through other means. Actually, we might have to craft them at 130, I lie. 140 I think you can get them through other means, like instances. 150 as well, very easy to get. 150 is probably the easiest gearing level that I've at least dealt with, to be honest. It's very, very forgiving when it comes to gear through like quests. So yeah, nice times all around. Right, I forgot I have all these. I should probably do something with those. Anyway, we're gonna go hope that that's enough. Actually, I think there's some black adamants I should probably send over. I have a lot of black adamants, probably way more than enough, but I don't think I've got any non-crafted ones. If it really comes to it, I can just go to Mordor and kill some stuff, but that should be fine. And then I think we said we're going to craft the might one, so of Thorin's strength, I think it's called, because I would like a little bit of a boost to my crit for the devastate, and I don't need the extra physical mastery yet. It's not going to be a massive amount. It's only 0.5 extra of what I was already going to get per might, but hey, why not? I just really hope that we actually have the right items. So yeah, max level. Scarshoe 141. Definitely need to catch you up at some point. Do. Do you know if they do a UI update? I really hope they like update some of these. I just feel like, I don't know. Part of me wants to change them. Like, I want to one for one try and like replicate this. The biggest problem is not the image itself, it's the resolution of the image. Wow, I just got a ton. Like, I got a ton of titles, which tells you how little it's been since I've been on here, because I got like Light in the Gloom, I got the Rohan stuff, Novitate of Blades, Disciple of Blades, the River Hobbit stuff. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on Scarshoe, apparently. But he is my jeweler, and he does all my jewel stuff. And I could make a refined black adamant if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Also, good. Yeah, I've already got the Lascalain purification thing, and some Delver's stuff. I'm keeping all this because at 140, this is some nice, easy gear I can trade over, because it's technically tier 3 gear adjacent, which should be better than anything we can immediately get at 140 otherwise. And it's very class agnostic. So that's quite nice. Right, so I have 5 of those, which meant I had none around. I'll get some black adamants out, because why not? We'll get one of these out, and we will get my Doomfold ingots out. I don't actually know if I had any Doomfold ingots, but Northern Strongholds necklace. So we, as I said, have a choice between that. We don't care about the crit defense and Thranduil's power. And as far as I'm aware, they are literally the same, except one is might, one is thingy, and then we don't care about will. So might, vitality, crit thing. So we're going to go Thorin's strength, as weird as it is to me, because everything else has been Thranduil's power through and through. Also, why not? I definitely need different things for this. I've really wanted to sit down and just get stuff for here, but everything looks really cool, like, has been a pain to get. But maybe with Faerand, it's better. But I have like my supplier and my farm, and that's kind of my main 2 things. Anyway, so Thorin's strength, we're gonna crit that so we can get a guarantee, and there we are. Finally, we are gonna just put that over to Faerand and trade that over, and we are all happy about that. I need to very much clear up this character's stuff, but I will get to that at some point, because his gear is not terrible. His jewelry is pretty subpar, but not terrible. Okay, so I'm waiting for the day that Faerand gets to the first page, but he's gonna have to be 130. Yamio looks terrible now. I don't like it. Yeah, he's going to be... No, he's going to have to be one... Well, yeah, he won't go on the board until 150, really, because Scarshoe shouldn't take too long. Tracery exists, but I don't know in what capacity forever. But yeah, because he'll be second in line when he gets to 150. Maybe third, depends on Castor. Akar, yeah, he's my Metalsmith. I should check on him, actually, because he is my Metalsmith, and I want to check if he's tier 12. Because that's going to be my shield at 120. And if we can, like, make it now, ready for now. Also, I should check Faerand. Because Faerand is segmented into levels in his storage. Definitely got 130 stuff. Definitely, I think, has 140 stuff, but I'm not sure if he's got 120 stuff. So we should see. Okay, so I am Metalsmith, but it's whether or not I have the items. Or not the items. So Rhymes of the Anvil is my biggest problem. At least with this, it's Dwyer Mark, which I think is viable to obtain. Also, have they fixed it? Oh no! They fixed the bug! That's actually so upsetting. Yeah. Like, what does it say here? So, leggings of the Osgiliath blade have been unequipped as you no longer meet its requirements. How long has that been fixed? It's been so long since I've been on this character. Like, so many titles. Abundantly Sublime, that's a while. Event Winner, and that wasn't actually that long ago. Apprentice of Claws, Disciple of Claws. Like, how long ago did we get Mordor leveled up? But that's so upsetting. That's happened. Oh, I mean, it's fine, but it does mean that my level 50 characters are going to have the same thing, which means I'm going to have to... I mean, he's at a point where I probably needed to upgrade gear anyway. At 85, it sort of becomes better. But, yeah, my level 50 characters are going to have to find some new gear, which is a little bit upsetting. But, yeah, so we can get this shield. And I think there's a better one. Like, this one is teal as well. Yeah, the reinforced shield. This one here is 120, and this one. But we're going to go probably this. But yeah, Rhyme of the Anvil is an item that has always been a struggle to get. I have been attempting to get one for a long time. And 900. Now, this is the thing. Is that my best in slot? I don't think I have the gold for all three of them, but I do have the gold, I think, for at least one of them. Near enough, if I put on Faerand's gold. But that's the annoying thing of, is it worth spending for a third of my item? When I could probably also just wait and potentially get it cheaper. Or just not get it at all. And deal with, I don't know, this one instead. Dwyer Mark. Dwyer. Okay, maybe not, but you get my point. Let's not preemptively go for it. We could probably also do like a want to buy sort of thing as well with that. Either way, we can craft. It's just we can't. That's really upset me about that armor now. He's gonna look so naked now. I don't like it. Actually, I think he cosmetically has that armor on him. Yeah. Maybe that's another reason I don't want to go through and redo that again with new completions characters. Makes me not want to log into my level 50s now because I know they're going to be wearing nothing gear-wise, which is a little bit sad. I think they've got their legendaries at least, so I can technically jump on, get some very basic level 50 gear probably, and go from that. But okay, so Faerand. So we actually don't have level 120 stuff. Okay, so I'm actually misremembering what I got. So 115, I transferred everything over. 120, there's nothing in there yet. And then 130, I have my Reclamation of Minas Ithil stuff, which should be an immediate finish. I also somewhere else have a ton of these. I don't know what character, but I should have a ton of Slade Raw Essences somewhere. If not, I can go back and do a couple of those quests and finish those. Actually, no. Isn't the Slade Rot ones the moats? I think I'm thinking of tier 5s. I do have some extras of those somewhere. I think. Okay, maybe not. This is what I was thinking of when I was thinking of gear. But the Framsberg stuff. But I don't even know. Like, when I got that gear, I was a lot less in tune with what I want. And also the stats were so different because Fate was crit, which made sense. So I want to find... who do you purchase that from? Wilderland Mercenaries. Hopefully that's enough of the word. Okay, Talk of Fury. Let's go with that. Oh, that's a crafting item. Interesting. Bracer of the Framsberg. Okay, so Northern Gullmarks. Quartermaster Protector of the Wilderland. Is this bound to account? It is. So I can... If I've gotten that already, that means I can get more of them. And it means I'm already at least ally, which is what I need to be. So I can buy... Okay, these have not been updated, but I can buy the Bracer of the River, which will be crit. So we'll probably end up going with that over this, I feel like, or maybe a combination of both, because it's more crit. And also 2 useful stats versus 1 useful stat. And an essence so we can actually make up. We can probably get 1,200 physical mastery on an essence rather than 1,400 crit on an essence, I would think. But looking at it, that actually should be pretty... like, so we get the bracelets from there. And we can also get armor. But I don't know if there's a better armor piece. I'd have to look it up because these are all purple. Yeah, elite woodlands skirmishers, agile coif. Is it going to be a crafting thing? Yeah, requires honored master of the guild in the Tailor's Guild. So, does that go for all the armor or just the helmet? Elite Wilderland skirmishers. We can obviously get the chest plate from thingy, the Ithogalad hides. But what about, like... legs, boots, or is there just not? Okay, maybe not. That'd be an interesting interesting level to work with, I think. I'm still a bit bummed about that whole thing. That's actually kind of upset me. Oh well. We'll have to live with it. Okay. So let's jump back on to Faerand. Put on his new piece of gear, which should be... I think it's still an upgrade, because some of the gear was downgrades, but you get the essence slot, so it's an overall upgrade. Whereas I think there is a chance that this is a downgrade still until we get the essence. If so, we can put an essence on now, because it was only morale anyway, I think, or agility that was lower. I could be wrong. And it'll be might for us anyway, so... Okey-dokes. So let's take that and compare. Nope, we lose finesse. We knew that much, but yeah, I gain other stats. So let's put that on. Compare our crit. Oh wow, we get 900. Oh, we get crit with it. I totally forgot that we actually get the boosting crit as well. So that's nice. And then we only lose 200 physical mastery, so we are actually trying to pull our physical mastery down a bit. And that'll be from that extra, from the might that we switching to might that we've lost. So again, it probably would have been nice to get the Thorin's power stuff for the other one. I'm not really going to worry about the essence at the moment. That is about 300 that we've lost, but I'm not really going to fret too much. I'm not going to use like a reclamation scroll to get that or anything. It's not the end of the world. But what I'm going to quickly do is run off for a minute, and then we're going to go back, and I want to go to do maybe the Udun stuff, and then we also have to do Lingris, and I think that's it. I think we've done, if I remember correctly, we have done... Oh, actually, I did say I was going to go do one of these as well, so we'll also go to... let's go there first, because I do want to actually finish these today. I think I can complete those all in one go, and then tomorrow we should be available to finish the rest. And that also should mean tomorrow, I will probably do it off stream, but tomorrow should be us able to finish these and get the next deed from that, which will be quite nice. And then we can finish this up as well, and then we'll actually be finished with those, because Gondor, that's the only thing we've kind of been waiting on here. And then at some point when I can muster the strength, I'll have to do after the battle the interludes. I hate them so much. And then March of the King is herbalism, but that will just be, we're going to take a while on that. And then yeah, at some point I just need to Treasure Seeker of the North and finish these Restore the North, which we'll probably do later once we finish these, and see where we end up there. Treasure Seeker, I've done 6 out of 20, I think it was. And then Mordor, if we get a bit of time, I might try and just finish off the Explorers for these, because it's only, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5 zones we've actually done Treasure of Udun. And if we know where everything is, it should be a lot easier. But I'm going to quick run off for a minute. I will be back in a mo, and we'll continue on. So, BRB. Indeed, indeed. Faerand is very complete. I mean, if you actually look, you know, out of every available deed, we have currently done 66%. But I don't know how much of that you can, like, look at, because a lot of these deeds, well, I definitely need to sit down and, like, load in my alt and finish these. I think if we look on Companion, we can actually find out how many we've got left of each of these, so that'll actually be interesting to look. But a lot of them are, like, we can't technically get. Farmer's Fair, I need to wait. I'm just really bad at doing Farmer's Fair. I need to just sit down and do it one day. I do have the items for these, but as you can see, I did Buckets of Fear in 2022. I did Black Soul Govs in 2024. I've had all these items since 2022, and I still have yet to finish with them. So yeah, problem. Definitely need to sit down and do that. The problem is, it's a shared cooldown, and you have to have an alt with you. And I totally forgot to do these the last 2 years. My bad. Yule Festival. A lot of consumables, I think, is my issue. Consumables, Festival Fortunes. I did Dragon, at least. Consumables. I think they're relatively... Oh, Hobnanigans and Treasure Hunt. When Hobnanigans comes down, I also need to work out how I'm getting Kindred and keeping these guys. But, and then Kate's Belfless. Wait, have I... What? What on earth is that deed? I'm actually genuinely confused. Complete quest in the Cape of Belfless. Quests. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I genuinely didn't know that was a thing. Fair. Well, I only have to do 7, so that's fine. And then, yeah, collection. I'm slowly getting there with collection stuff. Like, I was buying the old collection-y things. Treasure mounts I still have yet to do. Steed of the Northern Ithilien Wilds. I don't even know how to get that. Steed of the... Oh, I can actually look it up in the collection log, can't I? North Ithilien... Oh, Herbalism. Of course. Goat Herder is Ale Association, so I need to do that. The Horns, I've only got 1 out of 3 because it's just a pure luck thing, let's be honest. And then the Foxes, I do want to go through these. Some of them I think aren't too bad. So Red Fox, I have. Cool. Brown Fox, I don't, but Rangers of Ithilien, I need to just finish Rangers of Ithilien. And Sleek Fox is Bingo Boffin, which I do need to just catch up on Bingo Boffin. I've done up till Moria. And then Celebrating Sunshine, I'm terrible at that. Yeah, 2017, 2016, like, I just need to go back and spend Mithril, which is why I kind of just pull up Mithril and wait to buy. Normally what I do is just, like, buy all of them for that year. So I get, like, 1 every festival. I get 1 extra. I just don't know what I have 1 extra of here for. Oh, out of 6 out of 7. Fair enough. What else do I have? I don't know. There's some things I just need to do. Cave Claw. Like treasure hunt by barter. So yeah, one day we'll get there. Treasure hunt is just like, I'd almost rather the treasure hunt gave you more stuff but was a daily, because otherwise I spend my entire time just standing there and so I've done all these, but yeah, I spend my entire time just standing there and every 6 minutes doing a quest. That's my problem with it. And it's just not good for me to do. I don't even know. Buried. I have 124 because I bought something last time, I think. Swan Knight Captain. Is it Swan Knight Barracks? Okay, this one.
These are troublesome.
Let's retake the Swan Knights. That's not quite how I would have said it, but cool. So let's talk to you and finish, and then You press on, I will coordinate efforts from here. I cannot remember if it's this side or the other side. I guess we will find out when it tells me off with a barrier. Oh, I can get my horse to this, though. It should be relatively easy, I would have thought, to do all this. But yeah, I don't remember if this is the right way, because the map is utterly useless. When it comes to... Okay, so normally it's like a barrier of enemies. Because I think it's quite clever the way it does it. Like these guys, it won't let me past. You know, I think the way it's done is, yeah, rather cleverly so. Annoyingly, these guys do actually aggro me. I kind of wish they didn't. But yeah, I thought that Cape of Belfless one for some reason was the Taling's Crown. I remember that being a bit of a pain for me because I still think in the like old days where before the legendary items changed around, it being the whole I can't remember what they were called, but the things that leveled up your legendary weapon, that was like one of the best places I think to get the tokens for it. But it was a fellowship area, so it's a pain. Right, I hope I get all these. So what I'm actually doing is actually quite a lot of quests. So defeat this dude and Band of Corsairs, defeat sappers, check houses, defeat looters, help injured, I guess, free Swan Knights. Oh, there is a quest ring over here, so we should probably check that as well. Definitely need to keep an eye out for those. I think the issue as well with those quests was also my gear was absolutely garbage at the time. So that definitely didn't help. And also just my understanding of just the game as a whole was a lot less. Which also definitely doesn't help in the grand scheme of things. Now, identify a spotter. Am I... Oh, I was about to say, am I going to have to, like, keep an eye... You know, up there. I think as well, another reason I forgot to keep doing this is because I have the swans. If I remember correctly, I had both of them. Like, I've got all the rewards. So, I'll double check in a minute because there is a chance I missed something. But I'm pretty sure I got everything. And I was like, oh yeah, I don't need to worry now. And totally forgetting that this is definitely a thing I have to keep doing. But hopefully, as of tomorrow or whenever... the thing resets, we can get away with not worrying about it. And then when it comes to herbalism, I think I want to wait until 120 because I just think it's going to be so much easier if I've got grey enemies, because then I can just focus on the enemies I need, not having to fight everything, and it just makes it less annoying because of the repetitiveness. I do want the horse, obviously, and I would like the frame, but it's one of those things I'm not going to particularly lose sleep over it at the minute. It will eventually get done, just a little while later. Right, so these are sappers. And so there's 4 sappers. And then I assume we go inside, and then I just need to find 4 more houses, which is going to be fun. I don't think it should be too bad to deal with, but because I'm guessing free Swan Knights, defeat looters, and defeat the boss are all going to be in here anyway, so. I should probably just resounding challenge it. It's probably gonna make my life easier. But yeah, highlighting that, like going through here, I think highlights like I need to sort of take inventory of what needs to be done, like the side stuff, like not, you know, the main locational ones. I need to just sort of, yeah, look at those and almost map out like, okay, so I need to make sure I go get this pet, for example, because it's important to this deed, but also ideally I want all the pets. I wish there was a way of like level getting the collection panel as well. Like if I could go, right, I want all the pets that I like earnable at my level, you know, not just earnable in general. This is for a reward track. Are we on season? I really hope I have that. I'm pretty sure I do somewhere on a character, but I just haven't like put it over to this character yet. If not, I'm just going to be like, maybe they'll bring it back at one point. That'd be nice. I need a looter. Door. Okay, hi. I don't know why your door was shut. But yeah, there's a couple of items where it's like, it's a weird one because or pets and horses and stuff, because I don't want them out of level, if that makes sense. Like there's a couple things, like there's a rat king, for example. I have the rat king. I have the thing for it. But because I'm not at the level that you can obtain it, I don't want it yet. This cloak is the Shimmering Protector's Cloak. It is the Isengard raid cloak, basically. You have to defeat Saruman, you have to defeat Drygok as well, which is one raid, and defeat Saruman, get 2 rare drops from those. 3 scales from Drygok and 1 from the repaired cloak clasp from Saruman, and then craft them into using Taylor into the item. I think it is it a Westfold? No, Eastham. I don't think I've got it on this character, but it's then Taylor recipe, and there's 4 different types depending on your stats. This is coincidentally my favorite one, and also the one that was best for our inventory. But you can get the non-shining one pretty easily, but it's a gold cloak, so that makes it a bit easier to find. Yeah, you've got the Shimmering Acrobats, which is pretty basic in my opinion. Blade Master I think is actually really cool. Protectors, which is what I've got, which I also think is my favorite, and that. I think it goes Protectors, Blade Mask, Wizard, Acrobats for me. I think 3 of them are mostly cool. Acrobats is a bit meh, to be quite honest. Right, now we're just going to go around spamming delete as you do, and trying to find any doors. We only have to find 1 more after this, which is nice, and hopefully we don't have to defeat any enemies, except maybe those guys. I mean, it's not like it's difficult to fight them, it's just a time waste. And I don't like wasting time. That wouldn't count as a house, plus it's also barred off, so that ain't gonna work. Oh, door, nice. Maybe this won't have any enemies. It will. Okay, so that's City Watch done, and then yeah, tomorrow will be the day we can finish. I'm actually really curious though, if I go and have a look. When did I like finish the first one? So I did the first one like 2023, like June 2023, and then like a year later I realized that I have a couple due. I did 17th and 18th, and then about 6 months later I realized like, oh, I should do docks, and then clearly about 3 months later I've gone, oh yeah. So yeah, they're nearly done, which is nice. So just have warehouse to do. Nice. Let's get out of here. And oh, those are those other ones. And should we see if we get anything useful? I don't really think so. I mean, it's that weird thing of I think I have these in some storage somewhere. It might even be my vault storage right now. Yeah, I do. I have a bunch in storage. And I don't really know what to do with them because do I care enough to put them on other characters? Like, maybe I should, but like, eh. Because this is the guy that we cared about. We've already got the white swan and we've already got the black swan. And then we can just trade the tokens for other stuff. I don't really think... I think they just needed to be traded to another character. Just as a banking... Like, just to bank on a character somewhere and just kind of be done with it. Most likely. I don't really think there's much... much worth in them otherwise. And once I've done that last one, I'm never going to need them again. I don't need them now, but like I'm never going to obtain more, because why would I, sort of thing. Okay, and then we've also got a bunch of these. Oh, wait a minute. I can do it. Anglak is the quest I just picked up, but I was confused why he also had quests, but this should be easy enough. Please, game. Please, behave. Oh, I didn't even realize there was another guy here. Can I... These Aaron Leskelin and Dale lands. I should start giving in... I should probably focus on Dale rep. Like Men of Dale. At the moment, I think, because I am going to probably just through normal quests for the mountain stuff. Quest of the mountain, or Quest of the North, or whatever, is primarily dwarf questing, so... Oh, yeah. Do. I mean, it's not too difficult just doing that, is it, right? As long as this guy doesn't knock me out, generally, I'm pretty happy with how things are going to go if I don't get knocked over. I mean, I was okay with him knocking me out there. That's fine. So, Forces of the Foundry, still a thing, and then we got to find the Master of the Mines, which I think is on the opposite side. But then I also had to find the Counselor and the Forge Master, so there's actually like... That's what I think confuses me sometimes, I forget that there's different quests. Because one guy I think is up here, or is he on the opposite side? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I can't remember. We'll find out. We'll kill everybody anyway. I also wonder if I'm going to pick up... Because I just picked up a Dark Essence of Tactical Mastery. But I... picking up just a Vitality Essence would be nice. Before we fully upgrade to our proper ones. But if I'm going to try and open up 100 loot boxes for, like, let's say Sunday stream, let's say, just give myself the extra time, do I want to open up loot boxes now to get my essences, or do I want to have something that I can spend a lot of larger essence motes on? If not, I do actually have a different item I can spend motes on, because I can just buy Slade Raw essences. But that also brings up a point of I should look into 120 essences, because... If 115 essences and 130 essences are purchasable, then maybe I should look into 120. So Treasured Helagrod, probably not going to be a thing, but Skirmisher's Essence of Vitality. Let's have a quick little gander. Selectable from Box of Essence. That is not where I meant to go. But, okay. So, Box of Essence from Ill Omens. We probably wouldn't... Oh, I have acquired a soldier's summoning. Can you not get through? Ha. I bet you regret knocking me over the edge now. Okay, so does that mean that's like I'm looking at purple, like golds then, but like what about teals? Because like teals is actually what we care about. So tier 4 and tier 3. So we're looking at Gladdenmere Essence. Tier 4 can be obtained from crafting, and tier 2s are obtainable through crafting. Damn it. I thought they would be able to be bartered just straight up. That would be nice. Maybe they are, because there is a couple times where, like, especially with some legendary stuff is like traceries and stuff. The wiki's also not been fully up to date, so there could be a chance. I would just have to look up on Companion to probably get a better understanding. Cool. I definitely am thinking about getting steadfast cooldown at some point. I feel like that would be rather helpful. Also, we just got a bracelet. Nice. That's actually quite a lot of morale, I think. Like, obviously we're not going to swap to it, but it's like not half bad. Obviously it is 115, but like imagine getting that 106 or something. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oops, my bad. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Like, I did actually clear out my task carrier. I got like, I swear, like 500 gold for the amount of random junk in my task carrier. It was ridiculous. So yeah, occasionally check it, because like I have 800 intriguing filth, and 50 is, let's say 100 is half a gold, or a gold. It's like 8.5 gold, which actually is a lot less impressive than it sounds. I'm not gonna lie, but still, not the point. Where is this dude then? I did obviously get knocked off, so there is a chance he's at the top, but thankfully for this one, I don't think there's a time limit. It's just take how long. And normally they're an hour anyway, so if we take an hour, we deserve to fail the quest. I'm not gonna lie. Oh wait, no, Master of the Mines. Yeah, no, he is at the end. I was thinking about a different guy. I was gonna say, what's the chance I can just run through the middle? And just... Because I think, is this the one where the enemies respawn because they think it's not an instance, it's like just a... like a different location? Or am I actually thinking of the normal place? I don't know, either way, I'm just gonna AoE them. You look like a really good archer in the back without your bow or anything, you know? Come over here, please. Come on, dude. You're the worst archer I've ever seen. Kind of interested then in the other ones. Mithrin, tier 2 essences, marvelous coffer of adventurous essences. So I wonder if we open a loot box at that level. I'm not going to. I don't really see the point. I only open loot box at like 20, 25. I don't think you can get essence boxes from that, and I don't even think you can get tracery boxes from it until you're 45, in theory. And I'm not leveling up multiple characters to 45 to test that theory. It would be a very nice to see, to be honest, but I mean, I do have a spec key from the start of the stream So I could hold on that at 120, but I'm probably better off just opening it at 140 or 150. Okay, so that whatever that was, finally done. Oh, Goblin Forge Workers. See, this is one where I'm like, do I run through and then just get multiple AoE hits on? But then there is a troll, I think, down here. Or I could be wrong. Okay, so they do run away. Okay, that is actually good information to know. So I can outrun them. And they... Oh, there is a troll. Damn it. I told you. I knew what I was talking about. It's these archers. These archers are my problem. Okay. I should have probably ambushed. Just to get some free hits on, to be honest. There we go. And run speed. Not even sure if the Forge Workers would have attacked me. I think I probably could have gotten away without it, but yeah, whatever. I know there's one down here that's like bugged. Like this guy you can't actually attack, or I've never actually been able to. This will be the one time it does work, but he doesn't aggro you. He's like placed weird. And if I don't like mention it, I will just kind of try and attack him for ages. So I had to, because otherwise I'll be here for longer than I need to be. The essence could... This essence could be bartered with an adventurous court master. Oh, could be. Okay, well, there's no point nowadays. That's the annoying thing as well. Like, there's going to be older gear that we... older essences that we can't get because it's no longer capped gear and it's not in the adventurers thing. It should be purchasable, in my opinion, for, like, lower... Like, you know, for moats. Thankfully, the 130 stuff we can do, and 140 I don't think we're going to have. I think we can craft at 140. Like, I have, as we pointed out earlier, enough universal solvents. And universal solvents are actually pretty cheap when it comes to lottery points. So if we need to purchase them, like, I think the store might be still down, so I'm not actually sure. So I think it was down earlier. But, oh, maybe? Solvent. That's not how you spell that. Solvent. Yeah, buying 25 for 700 isn't too bad, I think. Because, I mean, it's 28 per, so you're getting 12 off from doing it that way. And 25 is, I think, a decent amount. I mean, I have, what, 50, 2 sets of 50, so like 108 or something. Plus, I'm pretty sure I've got some somewhere else on the account. So we should be fine. If it's only 120 and 140 we have to craft for. And then I'm sure if it really comes to it, 150. I should have a bunch spare. Like, I've got a load of tier 1s now. I just need to hold on to them and deconstruct them and whatever before I chuck my gear away. Presuming that we get better stuff. And I have a ton of Essence Reclamation Scrolls, so... I don't know why I've got so many. Oh, it's because of the weeklies, which I definitely should be doing my weekly missions at some point. 8 out of 15. Yikes. I don't know what I did that got me 8 out of 15, but not... Like, I must have had the 45 most of the way completed. And then after a Thursday completed like 8. And then, yeah, probably what I did. Weird that I would have done it that way, but it's obviously been like over a month since I was last on Faerand. Probably like 2 months since I've been on Faerand, to be honest. Which is, again, annoying because I could be done with Mordor by now if I had just, you know, spent a teeny little bit more time just, you know, working on it. I'm sorry, guys. Do you know what I didn't do? Oh, actually, I don't know if it matters. Does it matter for this one? I wanted to count how much, like how many kills or whatever, but enemies of the Burning Mountain, Leaders of Gorgoroth, maybe Leaders of Gorgoroth might have counted, but I need to count these, but I'll do those at the end. I don't actually want to do those quests just yet, because I want to actually finish up these first. So I want to get rid of that quest for the moment. And how many... Oh, okay, so yeah. Thankfully, opening these doors is a pretty easy one. And then there's 2 encampments, I think, close to each other. Oh, one's there, one's there. So actually, no, they're quite far away from each other, which is a bit of a pain. Also, I totally overshot all these doors. Did not mean to do that. My bad. Thankfully, this area is full of enemies that we don't have to fight. Another reason that, you know, I... like, these guys are obviously 115, so they will. But, like, another reason I like to... for these long dailies, weeklies, etc. I think it's, you know, like herbalism. I think it'd be nice to be over-leveled with grey enemies, so I can just, like, do the... almost the minimum. And, even though it's taken me longer to get to that level, it's going to overall take me less time of doing the quests, if that makes sense. Let's go down here for this one, then there, then we'll go get one here, we'll loop up here, do these 2 sets of quests, and then we can run over to here. In fact, we can probably go to over here and then up, and then Lingris is left, and yeah. I also think it'd be interesting, I won't do it now, but I'm curious to see how the change to Moria content is, like, basically, I know they didn't want people to be able to do it solo, was the idea, but I'm curious on, like, I tried doing Faerand on, like, Halls of Crafting. I don't know how far they've sort of pulled back from that, because from what I understand, they've made it easier. Please don't attack me. Thank you. So yeah. But yeah, someone here, for example, best way to get medallions more as solo. Solo 6-man instances. But are you... depends what level you are. 52. Okay, so... so yeah, weird. I was trying to not get in the way of enemies, and I realized they're great, but this guy isn't, but still. Not really a big concern for us. Cool, that's done. And where are we in terms of... I feel like Udun we're further for some reason. But I could be wrong about that. Yeah, okay. We're not, but 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So yeah, tomorrow will definitely be a completion of that one. We'll have to look at the reset time as well. I'm in early tomorrow morning, so I won't be able to do like a morning run or anything. But we can definitely work on some stuff. Right, I think these are all... I could be wrong, actually. I think past a certain... yeah, so past this gate here, they become 115. So we do need to dismount and start... I forget sometimes because I feel like more of my time doing this on Tarvelard. who is obviously 150. So everybody's great to him. So doesn't really notice, but at least it's something. I mean, we don't actually have to kill any enemies anymore. We haven't got a Slayer or anything in any of these zones now. Thankfully. Slayer is possibly one of the most, you know, draining types of deed, to be honest. But if you are solely focused on it, that is. Obviously, that's why the way I do things is normally quests first, which gets a majority of your Slayer done, and then you're not going for like a 300 Slayer, you're doing more like 60, which is a lot more manageable. Okay, resounding challenge. Go. It's like weird though, because there seems to be almost like 3 scales in Mordor of like stuff. So you got your normal enemies, it's fine. Then you got these 115s, and then you have the 115s in instances, and they're not quite signature because they're not actual signatures, but they almost act like signature enemies. They just hit harder. Even though I think one of these I just saw with signature. Is it the Defiler? Yeah. Not that it matters to Faerand. Also, how are we doing on reward track? Because obviously we were 45. Hey, we've gone up like 5 levels today. That's actually not terrible. And if we're going to be just doing these daily for a bit, you know, we can at least get to 100. I'm not too fussed about like grinding out to 100 and beyond. I just want to make sure I've got 100, so I've got mostly the pets, quite frankly. Like, I'm not that fussed about legendary tracery things. Like, for Lady, sure, but the thing is, I know now that once we get to 150, getting legendaries, like traceries, is going to be easy. So easy. Like, we've basically got full like amount on Tavalod already, and there's probably going to be more, you know, coming. On top of that, we have more characters that can go to 150 and like do all the quests. Like, I think just doing the quests on Faerand will get us enough for one of them already. So doing another character will be enough to fill up the other half of the legendaries. And then it's just ancient script. Which we should have a decent, like, the thing is, when stuff has a cap, you have to, you know, ancient script has a cap of 10,000. So we can't really do much to fill up that gap. But since we're getting signets, 10 signets is 40 ancient script for us. So why, you know, we can just be doing these every once in a while. And, you know, let's say, I don't know, let's say I got like 50 a day. That's like 200 ancient script a day, just sort of passively almost. Doesn't actually sound that much, but it depends on how much effort you're putting into it. And obviously, if I'm going through on other characters and ideally wanting to fill out my rep and stuff, and, you know, deeds eventually going back to it, it's going to be another nice little push forward. Also, I think there's other zones where you can kind of do similar things. You guys gonna die for me? Like, I think you can do the same in Minas Morgul. I don't know what the name of the item, like the barter item is. That's the only problem I have. Morgul Vale. Settlements. Esteladlan, Quartermaster. Am I right? Or have they just removed him? Oh, legendary items. Yeah, you can buy for 4. Oh, that's really bad value. 400 sigils of Imlad Morgul. So Imlad. So 2 per cap. You can buy a rare Word of Power Tracery. No, thank you. That's a terrible deal. I will stick to 10 for 40. Because even then you're only getting 30. Oh, and my final set of weapons. Nice. Almost feels like it goes backwards with this one. Like, it's weird that you go up there then back, but it is what it is. Okay, let's do that finally. And I'm gonna go back to the Udun Foothold. I don't even know too much what we can actually get from our Esladlan stuff. Tier 3 Harrowing of Morgul. Jewelry tier 1. But yeah, if we can do tier 1 stuff and get it, that's not too bad. Have to see. Obviously it's a long way away. And we're thinking a little bit too far into the future, but it's never hurts to think a little bit further into the future, these things. I also want to check allegiance. No, this one. Does that give us? No, it doesn't. I was checking if it gave us whatever it's called, allegiance points, because this is like doesn't match for some reason. Yeah, we're at 25 out of 30. And we have a lot of quests to do, because I'm still doing Court of Lothlorien. So I still have Kingdoms of Gondor and Hobbits of the Company quests to do at some point. But I don't know how much I need left. I think if we average about 2,000 per level, or let's say 2,000, let's say 3,000 per level, just to be easy. That's like 15k. Which is annoying, because if I did those instances, I could get about 10k. But we'll live, I'm sure. These are going to be pretty useless soon, which is annoying, but then tomorrow we can get a few more, and blah, 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 so it shouldn't be a few days. Should be pretty okie dokes. Can I just do my good old aggro everybody deal? Make sure everybody dies. Cool, nice. Nice and easy. I do forget that we still got the instances as well to do. Like, this does take a pretty decent chunk of time. Depending on the one you've got, to be honest. Like, well, we've been streaming for about 3.5 hours. Obviously, we did get a little bit distracted with gear and the Swan Nights and stuff, but yeah, it's taken a couple of hours to complete. But the thing is, like we said earlier, this was, you know, end game content. This was like kind of all you had to do, and you had to do a lot of content to get to unlocking this stuff anyway. So, and there wasn't almost that kind of rush of trying to do it all in one anyway, because, you know, you had like 2 years. It wasn't actually 2 years, because obviously quest packs, but, you know, 2 years before the next level cap jump and whatever came out. Near enough. Or about a year, actually, I think. Never mind. Either way, you had plenty of time as your only sort of focus. And then obviously you also had other characters able to sort of help out because of... you probably had multiple characters at this level. So it's probably more of a focus on only doing the ones that give you the daily, I would guess. And then you're only doing like 4 quests total per day, which is a lot more manageable than, you know, 25. And, you know, running around everywhere after everything. I wish I had that luxury. I mean, I could have had that luxury, again, if I'd been actually good with my time. Because I think that's the thing as well, is if I'm being like, okay, I need to do all 25 or whatever quests. Technically, I think it's more than that because of the extra instances. But if I'm like, okay, I need to do 25 quests per day, then I'm probably going to do them less often than, yeah, if it was just one a day. Right, I definitely need to do... Lingris, that's the name of the place, because I almost forgot that it was a thing just now, because there is not really a swift travel to it, because there is, but there isn't, and it can be a little confusing, so let's go pick up our quests. So 6 left, but then 5 left. And then Lingris, we're a little bit further behind, I think, but 23. So we should be at like 29 by the end of this. I'm not going to worry about tasks. Oh. At least though we have completed the deed for like every individual quest at this point. Lingris was the one that I actually needed to wait on the longest. Because it was one specific quest that I just wasn't around for the right time. These are going to be such wasted things. Like, obviously, yeah, we've traded over, but I still think you would have probably got max illusions by that point anyway. Because I haven't even traded over that much item-wise. But yeah. You don't even get a cool title for that? That's kind of sad. Scourge Slayer. I don't even know what you get in the fat spoils. I think I did, but fat spoils of box. Let's just put fat spoils box. That's probably enough. Yeah, Scourge of Gorgroth. Yeah, I don't really think there's too much that matters for it. Like allegiances. And then, like, apparently sealed rubies and stuff, but that's also not right because that's no longer a thing. Just kill spiders. I also think I've got Shelob's Brood or whatever, Bane or whatever, kill like 800 spiders. I think I've already got that one, if I remember correctly. So that's another sort of hidden deed that we do actually have. Oh, didn't have any gambits set up. That's kind of annoying. I want to find those big sort of pools of spiders. Like, well, not even this one, but because it's just any spider. You're better off going for the smaller ones anyway. That you can kill in like one hit. These guys gonna die eventually, please. I really shouldn't bother with doing resounding challenge at this point. It just takes too long. Like, it's nice that I can just run, you know, to my next point and be dealing with the enemy, but I'm running slower. I guess if I was on a war steed, I wouldn't mind too much. If I could like run past on a war steed and do it, probably fine, but... So that's 3. And then 19. And 20. Nice, nice, nice. Now we can just get on our war steed and leave. So 1, and then 2, and 3. Oh, and then we don't care about that. So Voracious Leeches, which is annoyingly down there, and then you've got the... I think I know where I'm going for this one now. There's like another entrance that I've always struggled to find, but I think I know where that is. And I should know where this one is. It's rather easy. Actually, no, I'm talking about a different area. There's like an entrance this to like down here or something. Like the Broken Cleft, there's like another entrance. Yeah, up here. I found where it was recently, but I still struggle to remember where it is, which is annoying. I'm curious though, is it say 13? Because yeah, okay, so it's trying to track that one instead of trying to track that one. That's why it keeps saying 13. That makes a lot of sense. I just kind of stopped doing the Gelruka because it's the whole thing of remembering that it's my semi rule of if I'm not at the level for it, I don't want to do it sort of thing. But yeah, I don't know. I could probably get the items for it. Like, I could probably have it ready. Like, because I just stopped doing those quests, essentially. Because I don't really care much for... I kind of forget the missions in Good to Bad exist. I'm not going to lie. They are probably the most forgettable ones to me. I tried doing them the other day. I actually thought they were quite fun. I like the one with the safe. But it also, I kind of don't like the riddles at the same time. I like that they tried to do something different, but I forget they exist because it's a very weird place to put them, in my opinion. Also, I'm up to 8 at the minute. I definitely should run over to Dale at some point as well and start giving in tasks. I need to check in the task carryall what I have. So Rusted, so Dale lands, that works. Well, I did not think that was going to happen. Because, yeah, do I have any for West Rohan, Old Anorian, Gorgoroth? Because I can probably sell all the Gorgoroth ones. Really. Because I shouldn't need them. No, that is the second time I have been knocked off today. And that is rather upsetting. I'm not going to lie. So if you could not, that would be very nice of you. Yeah, see, you deserve it. I'm gonna ambush you. Out of spite. No. Do not. Don't you dare. I'm not having it happen twice. Not happening. I've never actually had issues with these guys knocking me off, and that's kind of weird that I've had it nearly twice. Go away, like just die already. Like, there you go. Okie dokes. Maybe this is why I don't like Lingris. I feel like the enemies are just more annoying so far. And I've only dealt with a couple of them. In comparison to the rest. Like, it's just terrible. Oh. Okay, you can't knock me off this time, so I'm actually a little bit more willing to sort of... Oh, bloody hell. Taking a bit of a beating there. I probably could have gone away without having to, whatever that thing is called. Never surrender. But it's really weird how close those two are. I don't really understand it. But yeah, it's fine. Boop. And then a really, really far travel we go. Now I'm curious, can we jump down here, or is it really, really awkward? It's really, really awkward. Good to know. Actually, tactical retreat. That was it. I was being very tactical in my travel, because I actually made quite a decent jump of a thing there. That's actually quite nice. So, I think we'll go down here first, then we go down here, and then we can just like swift travel back. Thankfully, this, although the travel seems the longest, has actually, I think, been the fastest feeling one so far, which is quite nice. Because I actually know where this one is, because yeah, you go to the end, you just turn right, which is quite nice. And then we just turn around, go down, and then we should be right there. It just depends on the leeches, because I think the leeches, there's a way you can cheese it. If it's the same quest I think it is, then I think you can kind of cheese your way through it, which is quite nice. Where are we at? Nearly at 50. Like, for reals. For reals. Probably should have gone on my war steed, because then it's easier for me to just not get knocked off, but I like the style. If I could have a war oryx, I would, but I can't. Which is a bit sad. And stuff like that happens. I'm just gonna get my war steed. Nope, I got interrupted. You know what? You don't deserve my attention. My hope is they all de-aggro from me. Why are there so many enemies? What on earth is even happening here? Right. I'm gonna get here. I'm just gonna dismount, and then whatever gets close to me, I'm gonna deal with. And everything else, I'm gonna just assume is gonna run away. Okay, so that means I only have to deal with one broodmother out of whatever I aggroed, which is probably the best outcome we could have had there. For just a time-based thing, I didn't really want to deal with them, I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely not looking forward to doing this again when Mordor catches up to Mordor. At least, though, I assume people will be doing, like, group-based content with it, you know? And it's not all solo. And also, there won't be that kind of rush, like I've been saying, of... I need to get this done, It's, I'll get it done, and, you know, I'll obviously feel faster with groups. And going back to what we were saying earlier, I can just do, like, 4 every day, no massive rush, because Allegiance is kind of going to be our thing, because it depends how they release it, but if they don't release it with, the North Mirkwood stuff, yeah, it's going to be waiting for Allegiance stuff for gear. Oh, why does it have to be there? I don't want to deal with the spawners. Maybe I can get away with it. Nope. Nope. I thought I could get away with it. Apparently not. Oh, damn it. Stop knocking me away. Die. Thank you. Terrible. Can't believe that they would do such a terrible thing. I totally forgot they spawn enemies after. I totally just tapped out and forgot about that fact. My bad. Okay. Right. We are going to try and ignore as many enemies as possible. Which is going to be a little bit harder when we get up to here, but... Oh, at least these are Mordor warriors. That's a lot more easy to deal with. They are not going to knock me off the edge. They might try, but they will fail. There we go. Cool. And let's ride back down. I want to know how many... We're on 820 of service. 892. So we're getting 72 tokens so far. Plus these. Plus those. Like, it's nice. And 189 plus a few extra that we're getting here and there. It's definitely helpful having this and the... I think it's just the Faithful one that's actually helping right now. Festival and landscape through Gundabad, whereas this is only landscape through Western Gondor. But I think Western Gondor is actually... They mean, like... King's Gondor. When they're talking about that. I think. I actually don't know. Not that it matters, because even if you add 20%, like, you're only getting 1.2, which then scales up to 2. If it was like +1, that'd be different, because you ideally get +2. But yeah, we're only getting like plus 20%, which is still just +1 extra on whatever we get. So it doesn't really matter. Unless you're getting a massive amount of tokens. If you're getting like 100 for some reason, then you get 120. So yeah, I think what we can do, if I remember correctly, is you do that, you get the leech. And I think, yeah, if you press delete, you can just retarget it. And it just makes life so much easier because you don't have to go find more. So if I can do that, and then summon, I can just onslaught. And as, oh, damn it. I was about to say, as long as I get the enemy killed. Like, I was about to say, as long as my animation finishes before the actual death of the enemy, it should work, but I think I'm killing them too quickly. There's nothing I can actually do about that, because... Unless they've changed Warden, so you can't just keep doing the same skill over and over again, but... I think we've been fine all day, so... It's fine, though. Normally, you just have to get out of combat before the skill finishes. But I think, yeah, we're still in combat at that point. Anyway, that was easy. So, nice. Let's get out of here. And let's... I think all we have left to do is these quests. So, I want to chuck on these, and even if I don't even have to fully keep an eye on them. I just have to see the before and see the after, and I can just look at it in the VOD. But let's bring up a calculator, and then we can just put that on there. So what we're gonna do, we'll do Barad-dûr first. So 247, and then I want to see. I'll just kill every enemy that I see, and then I want to see where we finish after. Or I'll kill as many enemies as I can. I'm pretty sure I kill all the enemies anyway when I normally do this, but there is a chance I miss one. How did he not take any damage? It is also an interesting idea if these count towards it. They do. So if I'm actually more efficient, I get less kills because I'm not letting them summon. In theory, not really in practice, but in theory it's possible to do the entire Slayer in one run because... Actually, no, because you get an hour. But the idea would be that you just let him resummon enemies over and over again. But if you only have an hour... And I assume if you fail the quest, you don't actually get to rerun it. I think if you die, you're fine. But I think if you fail the actual hour, it's a no. Ancient Tome. I definitely think I should invest in Scholar on here. Because then I'm Prospector, Forester, Tailor, Scholar. And then I maybe won't feel so bad about deleting my... or restarting my Lawmaster. But again, the Scholar guild is my biggest issue there. But I feel like when you've got resource instances, it's better to... If I have one character, it's all of them. But also, I don't know what I'd need Scholar for at this level. Except potions, maybe. But, like, I shouldn't even need potions, really. Oh, wait a minute. Boop. Once again, other than Aura, which is a pain. Wait, can you not go here until you've killed all the enemies? What? I didn't ever know that. I was about to say, I don't normally do that because I'm normally not so stupid, but yeah, maybe there's a reason we don't do that. Oops. I'm so tempted to, yeah, darkness envelops the way ahead. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I'm really tempted to go have a look at the number we're at, but nah, let's not. It just means that we can have a rough estimation of how many days worth of doing this we need to do. I think this is a solo instance, right? It doesn't actually say it's solo, but I would assume it is. I did not mean to use Way of the Spear, I'm not gonna lie. It's a skill I just don't use. Like I know I should like get into the habit of doing it, but my enemies don't normally, this isn't me like bragging or anything, but my enemies don't normally last enough time to do a proper combo of skills. I mean, maybe if I got into a better rotation of it, I could, but I feel like why bother sort of having to think about it when I could not? Because I could do that. But I don't even think I have advanced technique at that point. Yeah, I have step 3. Even when I was like actively trying. Oh, there you go, advanced technique 1. Initial damage. Nice. How are you not taking any damage? Maybe I should keep an eye on it. Maybe I should have, if I have my trackers on. Because I think they changed it. I think you used to have to do like a 4-3-2. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forget that you get gear from these. Oh, I've just remembered. I don't like the Durthang one. It's my least favorite one out of them all, I think. I think I used to like it, but it's so like extra. I guess. You kind of have to go back on yourself a lot, I think is my problem. Oh, I've just kind of spoiled myself by like hovering over. I didn't actually really read it, I just knew the number was there. So, like, we know it's going to go up, it's just about how much. Like, how many days is it going to take to get to 400? Let's just aggro everybody, please. Thank you. It's a terrible idea. Why did I do this? Because it feels better, maybe? I don't know. Yep, told you. Bad idea. I'm full of bad ideas today. Like, I don't normally do that. Normally, I'm like, hey, let's just do a bit and a bit and a bit and a bit. But apparently, I've decided today is the day of being an idiot. Hey, at least we got to see Bones of Barad-dûr, which I've never seen it called the Bones of Barad-dûr, because Ruins of Darkness, Realm of the Black Word, like, oh, Bones of Barad-dûr, yeah, I guess. Resets in 12 hours 56 minutes. So it is at 11 a.m. I think is when it resets, which makes sense. But yeah, I will be busy at that time, so not gonna happen. Oh, wrong way. I do have to decide though with these if I will continue to do them if I finish. Right, so like, okay, so this is the Barad-dûr is Daughter Marth. Nope. This one. Like, obviously I get tokens of service and signets, and then I get rep, which is useless, but like, once these, you know, kill X amount in the resource instance, quests are done, deeds are done. It becomes a question of, do I need to do these? Is it making much of a difference? Like, is doing one extra quest a day going to actively change things? Is it also counting as a quest for this? So this will be Daughter Marth. It should. So 35. We should get up to 36. We'll check that at the end. But yeah, is it going to make a significant difference? When I feel like these are the ones that actually seemingly take the most time. I think only because we are sat in one spot or like one location for a long time. I mean, we also do need to do leaders, right? So depending on how long leaders of this take, because I assume that we also have to do... Oh, it's only the advanced one. It's only 40. We could put Slayer accelerators on. That is also a potential thing. I feel like that might be a tiny bit of a waste if we already have to be doing it for other stuff, but... we'll see. Like, if it takes 20 minutes... If it takes an hour, let's say, to do all of them, and we only have to do it 3 times, we've wasted half of a 6-hour Slayer accelerator, when right now we don't have any other Slayers to complete. So I think that's probably my biggest concern with it. Right. So we are nearly done. And we can see from 247 where we end up. Now, we also do have a couple enemies at the end, so we do need to make sure we kill those. I normally do forget them, but hey, if it speeds up the process, why not? Why are you not letting me attack? Let's do things properly today. No. I mean, really, if I'm doing Warden's Triumph, I should be doing some dots because it gives me more dots. Pulses. And I probably should be doing a direct maneuver instead because, you know, attack duration and also finesse, which is also quite nice. Boop. Should we see if we get anything decent? Obviously, it's just all going to get deconstructed into moats, so who cares? But a lot of crops and a lot of hides. So, yeah, I mean, we did get that, so 40, but nothing massively amazing. I mean, obviously, during that time, we would be, like, grinding these out for the, like, gear. Now, this is actually an interesting one. So, I want to have a look. Does this count as... It's just stockpiles. Okay, so... Because I don't know where it would count towards. Because it wouldn't be Udun. But I also don't think it would be Daughter Marth, would it? No. That did. But I don't know if there's... Is it continued conquest? Continued skirmishes? So that's just enemies. Yeah, and enemies and leaders. Which we just haven't got one of yet, so we haven't got the actual underlying deed for it. And then continued foothold is... Yeah. Gathering of resources. Is that the one? Gather... Okay, resource quests of... Okay, so we have done that. That's fine. Okay, so let's have a little look then. So we started Barad-dûr. So we started at 247. So minus 306. It's basically... Yeah, 60. 59, 60. So that puts us at like 2 more completions to be done. Or 1 if we did a Slayer Accelerator. Because I could see if it was like 4, I could see myself maybe putting a Slayer Accelerator on and then it being like having a couple of hours then. But again, it's still a waste. Like, because it would only 2. It wouldn't be 4 hours, it'd be 2 hours. Which again, just feels like an unnecessary waste for a very relatively rare item at this point. Now, if I was a higher level, and I was coming back for this later, like if I was on Tavelad, I could see myself chucking on like a 30-minute accelerator, running through in like a couple minutes, killing everything, and then being done, like in 2 days or whatever. If it's 60 and it's 400, then presumably, well, I assume it's a 200, 400, so you're assuming about 10 runs. Technically 11 if we're getting 59, but it depends on how many summoned enemies we get. And I didn't take the number before here because I don't think any of these guys can summon enemies, but I think there's actually missable enemies on this one as well, so depends. Do. I've been saying for ages, but I definitely want to get back on top of it. But I definitely need to, like I said, we're going to, at the end of the stream, either on stream or off stream, depends on sort of where we're at, but I do need to like mark down a list of like stuff that needs doing, whether or not it be dailies or just generally. Like some of the side stuff, like, oh, I need to go get this this rep so I can get this pet so I can get, you know, whatever. But I need to set, like, I've got reminders on here, which I should be able to set up. But for some reason, it's not running. I think all my plugins stopped working for some reason at some point. And I think I only got D-Tracker back up. But I need to do it, like, on my phone or something. Just be like, I don't know, Thursdays. I know in my head that Thursdays is mission reset day, for example. But I need to like mark down on my phone, like, oh, it's Thursday, it's this. Because yeah, if you asked me when do missions reset, I'd say Thursday. I assume 11. But sometimes, as bad as it sounds, I don't realize it's Thursday. Like, you know, days blend sometimes, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's Thursday. And I don't really immediately go, oh, it's Thursday, so it's reset. So I think that's something I need to set up to keep on top of things. So I'm going to generally assume it's about 60 on these now. So hopefully like 2-3 days. And then, yeah, we're going to have to work out, is it even worth doing them? Like, this is the thing as well. So tomorrow, I don't know if I'm actually even going to do these. Because if I want tomorrow to be, ideally, the day we do the intro speedrunning again, it's going to be a case of, are we going to have time to do this? Because, yeah, this is like 4 hours we've dedicated to doing this at the minute. So it might not be as much of a rush. But I'm sure I can also just do it in the morning on a day that I've got off or whatever, like, you know, separately from whatever plan we have for the stream. Cool. Let me get on my lights, my camera, and my action. I may as well, oh, for God's sake. 3, 2, and resounding challenge. There we are. Sometimes I don't want it to keep my gambits, but I never think about it enough to be like, oh yeah, I can clear. So, oh, the Reeking. He's the king of Reek. Damn, I'm getting a lot of bleeds on me. If I could transfer my bleeds to you. There we are. Cool. And I have one enemy. Cool. It's nice that they just come in after I've done everything for them. Generally, how things go, it's a little bit silly. They're like, yeah, we defeated him. You know? But actually, I defeated him. You stood there and watched. What are people chatting about? I don't know. It's someone trying to show off, or what? I have way too much on progress. No, it's not solo. Oh wait, I haven't even picked up all the lights. I was getting distracted by what I assumed was an argument. But I don't actually think it was. Well, it's not an argument, but some people are like, I'm so good I can do this on solo, and just because you can't means you're bad. I don't think it was that. Right, let's get out of here. 8 minutes. So yeah, 5. We're looking at 40 minutes, give or take. Not too bad. Not too bad. Cool. And finish. Cool. How many? 216. Nice. That's like 800 ancient script. Now my least favorite, Durthang.
The fortress of Durthor, headquarters of Uklukor's army, is one of the greatest threats to those in Uklu, under the banner of Gondor.
Do. Like, even while using Talvallard and it being, you know, one-shot kills and whatever, I still don't like this one. Something about it, I don't know if it's the kind of almost zigzagginess of going back and forth, but something I'm just not a fan of. Compared to the other one, I think, where it's just like, go up a hill, kill everything. Ooh, I got a bow. Would have been a vaguely interesting stat stick, I'm sure. I mean, critical offense, tactical mitigation. Yeah. It's all motes to us, though. Can I... If I can get into a nice rhythm of... I mean, with the signatures it won't, but if I can get into a rhythm of using one skill per enemy, that'd be quite nice. So if anything, I want it like, so I actually only have 100 out of 400 on this. So assuming we're like 60, we are actually going to want to maybe get a 30-minute accelerator when we're going through this one. Especially if they take 8 minutes, we can do about 2 or 3 runs of different ones. So depending on what's the lowest. So I don't actually know. So this one, 2 more. This one, 2 more. Durthang, I'm super far behind, and Kalamurg as well with super behind, and Burning Mountain. So those are 3 where it's like, do I have a half-an-hour accelerator right now? I have 25 of them. So it's like, do I put that on to catch up a little bit? Because at least then I'm not wasting any time. I'm just doing 3, I'm getting them done, and, you know, making the most out of them. Obviously, not making the most out of this one specifically, because you know, one little section I haven't done, but there's actually quite a lot of enemies in this one, so... This guy's taking forever. Why is this guy taking so long? It's terrible. Just making sure it actually did work. So it does get to a point, though, where we can probably, you know, only jump a 30-minute accelerator on these 3, then, like, tomorrow and the day after and whatever. It is going to feel like more of a waste, because I'm going to be using, like, 1 per day, and they, you know, aren't as easy to come across as they used to be. But we obviously want to be catching up, because if I can get 120 out of this, then it's only 3 days worth of time, which catches us up with the other set of it being 2 days on theirs. Thing is, I don't even think really that the continued conquest, like, I don't actually know what it gives us, to be honest. Conqueror of Mount Doom, kind of a cool title, not gonna lie, but that's kind of it. Like, it doesn't give us the mount or anything. So we could delay, but I do think it's a situation like with the frames, for example. It's like I want to get the sort of highest title of the last bit of content as sort of proof that, hey, we have done everything. Obviously, that does require us to lose event winner, which is my favorite. But I think there's, I don't know, with titles, I feel like I'm more aware of titles sometimes because it's a better visual way of showing off. Like cosmetics, you can get any cosmetic and whatever, and it looks cool. But if you have a title that's particularly hard to get and someone recognizes it, I think it's like you recognize that they put work into it. It's like when I see the Steed of Agonith, I am like, okay, they have finished Mordor. At least, you know, the main region content, not necessarily the extra content, but you can kind of assume they have. And it's like this cloak. If I see someone with this cloak, I know at least on one of their characters, they have gone through and gotten that content completed, like raided and whatever. Or, in theory, they at least bought it, but I'd like to think raided and got it. Now, I can't remember if there's an enemy down here. There is, but I don't think there's a, like, anything. I think there's a Sorcerer's Bauble down here normally, but in the actual location, but... not particularly a problem. We're up to 52 now. Nice. I would like to gear up Renaborn a bit and probably try and go through... I can't remember the name of the instance, but there's an instance with a Drake at the end of it, and it's supposed to be really good for... it's a 120 or 130. It's like above... I can't remember. I know where it is. I could show you on a map, but... it's like... it's not Anvil. It's like... Thickle Gundu. It's supposed to be really good for farming out reward track. So there's a chance I might try and gear up Renaborn a bit more and get him through there. I think he can already do it. It's just gearing him up better is going to be better for him. And once I'm at 100 on here, I kind of don't have to worry, and then I can just focus more on the actual end content. I think I've gotten the 2-gate door thing. No? Did I miss something? I definitely did, but... through here? Yeah. It's just so much extra in this one. It's just like, why? Why do I have to do it? Cool. Should probably have ambushed you. Make my life easier. Excuse me. You were supposed to be ambushed, not knock me out. Okay, bleed, please. Thank you. Just 1 second too late on the bleed. That would have been nice if you did that, like, just a teeny bit earlier. Okay, I'm just gonna... resounding challenge. But bring you over here. They should die. Hopefully before I do. Cool. And was there another set of orders? There was, which means I don't have to pick up any in a second. Nice. Boop. Oh. Do you know what would actually help? If I pulled the lever. Something rumbles in the distance. Wonder what it could be. I'm pretty sure it's adding 2 levers for this door. I really hope it is. Yay. Do you know the problem is? I do it all the time. I forget to do the second lever so often. Sometimes it's the first lever I forget to do as well, which is a bit of a pain. Because then you have to kind of go, I feel like, even further back at that point. I'm curious how far we are with these guys. 172, actually, that's not too bad. If we're wanting to catch up, obviously. I don't think we'll get to 200. I think if we had obviously started at the beginning, we would get 200, but I didn't quite realize how low I was on them. But it's fine for now. We might get 200 actually. No, because then we gotta kill what, 10, and there's only 3 outside, so we'll get like what, 192, I think. Still vaguely respectable. I hate that it like spawns you right into the fight, like before they even appear. Oh, actually, we might get a little bit further if they summon stuff, but oh, you don't even count, but you count towards the leaders, but the leaders now doubled. Haha. Take that. High grade Doomsword Scan, Black Adamant, Gorgoroth Branches. So yeah, leaders should be higher now. 27. Nice. Because that's the thing as well. We're going to have to do those. But if we're doubling these, it should actually be pretty easy. So how long did that take me? That took me a little bit longer, but then I didn't have the accelerator on for the entire time, so. So how long did I? That took me 10 minutes. But I feel like that's the longest one of them all.
One of the last holdouts of orcs and lingers, the well-fortified encampment of Calamore continues to be battered by Ungor forces.
I mean, if we don't fully get accelerated through the entire one, it's not the end of the world. It means the leader won't be the same, but we can maybe do Durthang last the time after, or first, or what have you. Also, we wasted time having to run back, didn't we? So that's another thing. No, why would you attack me halfway through me doing a single target attack? That's very rude. Cool. I have to remember this one, that we have to like go back. You have to like clear everything out and then go back to the cave. But yeah, this one is, compared to Durthang, like so much quicker. Like we were on 19 minutes or whatever. We see at the end of this where we're at time-wise, I think it should be like 6 minutes comparatively. I think it should be, we should be left with more than 8 minutes. Or sorry, more than 10 minutes. I'm saying it should take about 8 minutes, I think, if I'm lucky. And if I'm remembering how many locations there are. Spiders are so weird the way they do that. I don't like it. What effect do you have on you? Never mind. So much poison. Oh, hi. How are you doing? Not very well. You're dead. Yeah, we're already down like 25 kills on this, which is kind of crazy. I think we were around about 100 still. Maybe 110. Either way. It's a lot, and I'm happy. Oh. Okay, and one more bit of silk. Yeah, probably resounding challenge through here. I mean, if we just aggro everybody, I know it's going to be still a really bad idea, but I actually don't think it's too bad if we just sort of vaguely keep moving. Yeah, see, there we are. That actually was semi alright. And then I need to kill you. I think this one you actually do need to kill everybody, which helps out me like not accidentally missing anybody. And I'm gonna go over there because there's 2 or 3 more spiders I want to say, but that actually is 6 because why not? Yeah, there we are. Cool. I think that should be everything. I will obviously keep tabbing, but I think we should just go over here and we should be fine. Unless there's like this one here, which I didn't see apparently. Where are we up to? 188. Nice. There we go. Now this one, I do wonder if we can just drag everybody through. There's only ever an issue with the archers, because they just like wouldn't come in close. Do that, and so while he's taking damage, we'll just come up here to get the extra kills. Oh, actually, if you summon spiders... I think it only really matters if we had one specific we were trying to focus on and we weren't using an accelerator at the time. Yeah, 5 minutes. Crazy. Told you it was good, comparatively. Are we going to get anything gear-wise? I don't think so. No, okay. But yeah, that gives us 15 minutes to do that next one, so I'm pretty happy with that outcome. Annoyingly, we probably won't get this. Probably won't take 15 minutes to do this one, and we don't have anything else to like grind out. But it is what it is. I don't really like the Banning Mountain that much, so maybe this will take a bit longer. I think it's when you're more single enemies as well. I think when you've got multiple. Obviously I can use AoE and it goes a bit quicker. Also, funny that that's doesn't match. Oh, also Moraval, AoE stun. No, thank you. I shouldn't need the Scarn. I don't know what I can get from Rich that I can't get from other things. Rich, Gorgoroth, Scarn. Like, I don't think there's an extra... Oh, black adamant shard. But I don't think we need those anymore. Because they were for the gear at Mordor level, but not the North Mirkwood level, if I remember correctly. Or was it for essences? Damn it. Nope. You better not be doing melee 360 stun either. Yeah, what am I trying to find? Black adamant shard. Oh yeah, it was allegiance items. So that was actually an idea that I could go for if I really wanted to, but I don't know what the scholar version would be, because that would probably be my easiest find. Whatever tier 11 scholar. So oh, black adamant shard. So it is still the same thing, but yeah, guild quality Gorgoth Scholar Works. It's an 18-hour thing, and I'd rather just use another character and do their daily and get, like, more. Because that just makes sense. I guess at least with this, I can miss the obsidian ore, because, like, I obviously want to finish the quest, but I can technically go back if I miss them, because I'm not going to be worried about Slayer at that point. Oh, well, may as well. Do. Yeah, so as long as they're relatively often taking damage on from my AoE, from Resigning Challenge, I think I'm actually alright. As long as the Resigning Challenge actually hits, generally. Definitely wanted to do preserve. Definitely needed to heal that second. With my ever so slightly lower morale. Why have I got like dread? No. I'm like 300 morale down from where I was. Or am I misremembering my morale from my necklace? Maybe I am. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just down 73. Nope, I was right. I do know things sometimes. So depending on how long I've got... Okay, 10 minutes, that's fine. If I didn't have that much time, I would probably just jump straight up to the boss. But I can go down this little side bit, especially because we do need some obsidian ore still. Oh, I got an Expeditionary's opal stud. Useless, like in every way, but moats, as usual. I think maybe we will go buy a piece of gear. Or a piece of essence, potentially. I may even look into the moats rings, because if I can get the moats rings and potentially the bracelets as might crit ones, if they're available, it might be worth looking into. just for that extra little boost to everything. Now, do I have... I really hope there's an obsidian up here somewhere. If not, we're going to be running back and trying to find it. And I can't remember if one spawns at the top. Cool, nearly. Cool. I mean, Skarn? Yes. I'll have my morale tap, please. Thank you. I'm not even sure what deflection actually does. Not gonna lie. But I definitely should try and get into where the spear, like I was talking earlier, because if I get a 30% initial hit damage, like that's pretty nice. Normally I don't actually deal with all the enemies on this side. I just deal with the boss and then kind of just leave it, but I feel like I definitely should this time around. How are we on? 208. Cool. It's actually pretty nice. So we're getting about 100-ish a piece. Obviously want to drag you here. And then resounding challenge, but I didn't want to get the blood blade. But I guess, you know, it's a party. I don't know if you can summon more. I guess not. Cool. Though I'm in combat. Okay, so something can spawn. Do these count? They do. Okay, good. If you don't count, then I didn't really care for you. But now, I care for you a lot. Okay. So that one only took us 9 minutes. So we're near enough, like... Yeah, 5 minutes away. That's actually like 25 minutes. So if we were to have done Dirthang at the beginning, we probably would have had all 3 underneath the accelerator's time. Which is kind of good to know. So let's finish that one, and finish that one, and finish that. Oh, I didn't finish the, I didn't go and get the last obsidian. Oh, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. It didn't actually matter too much, but... kind of annoying that I forgot. So yeah, 325, 306, 184, 212. So obviously that would have probably been around 212 as well. And then leaders were at 9. So if I were to do an accelerator for these 3 again, so we'd probably get up to about 300, 300 and maybe 30, 340, something like that. Which means 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe 2, maybe 3, like 1 on its own. But then that'll be 2, 4, 6, 12. This would be doubled anyway. And then we do these 2 normally. So yeah, we should in the next... Well, if I were to tomorrow do 2, 4, 6, 8, we're 1 away on here. So 2 days-ish, 2, 3 days. And we're done with the further conquests or whatever. Or continued skirmishes, which is nice. I don't actually know what that gives us in terms of anything. Continued skirmishes. Does it give it? So it gives us 100 marks, 10 lottery points, pristine relic of the last alliance, defender of the conquest title, 2,000 virtual experience, which we can at least see that, and 900 rep, which we don't really care for, and obviously works towards our meta. Hidden threats is something that I do need to do. We'll probably also maybe chuck a Slayer accelerator on for one of these, Because, I mean, the thing with Scourge Slayer is it should be like Roving Threat Slayer, which I still need to actually finish, where you can just kill the same repeating boss over and over again. I am going to probably wait to be Cap before I worry about that sort of thing. And then go to like Angmar and just run around Angmar in a loop and kill. Well, because I know Angmar best for roving threats, so I'll probably just do that. I've done 50. I don't know how many total I've done. I could check, surely. Like if I go on this one and I go to deeds, right? Summary, deeds, and roving. Roving Threat Slayer Advanced. I've done 31 out of 150. Because apparently it resets, which is actually ridiculous if that's the case. That'd be very, very sad if that's the case. That's very... Like, I don't know if it'll say 81. Actually, does it say? Where am I? Race and Social. Roving Threat Slayer. Nope, it is actually... It resets every time. That is actually ridiculous. No... Thank you. I do not want to do that. Very sad times. I'm so close. Only 30 to go. I should definitely sit down and do that at some point. Right. I think, though, I'm going to leave it there for today. We've done quite a lot. And, well, actually, I'm going to do one last thing. And only because I just said it earlier and I just remembered about it. But I'm going to have a look at this gear stuff. And then see if it's worth maybe swapping over, because thing is, if I'm going to be switching or like doing hopefully 100 loot boxes, I'm going to make a ton of motes anyway, so I can get away with spending pretty recklessly. I can also deconstruct all the things I found, which is quite nice. Oh, what are these boots? Useless. That's what they are. So... Is it you or is it the other one? No, it's you. So, Might Jewelry. Flame Quenched Marble. Ring. Okay, so... Block... Oh wait, no, it's down here, right? So, Flame Quench... Adamant Ring. So it would be more crit. It's basically the same item. But it's 2,500. So I could... go for it for 5,000 and then switch out the bracelets as well for that little boost. I'd maybe have to look into it. I don't know if it's particularly worth it, but it would lower my physical mastery and up my crit, specifically my devastate. So it would be 10,000 to swap those out. So it's like, is it worth it to do at this late in the game? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'll probably forget that it's a thing. I'm not going to lie, but... Yeah, I don't know. Either way, it's definitely something to keep in mind for next time, because it might be better, if we know what we're after, to try and get might-based... medium might-based stuff. It could just be better for the crit point of view. It's something I've only started thinking about when it comes to Erinma recently. So it's not really something I thought about when it comes to Faerand. I'm still quite annoyed that I haven't been able to get these better ones. Like that shield is actually worse, but like it's like, could we go a might-based shield? I don't know. But then obviously, looking at this, it is higher item level, obviously. I do need to actually look into the shield and also and see if it is the highest one that I can get. I think it is. But in theory, I could probably get a higher one. But like, more crit defense, less vitality, more block, less agility on my side, but more crit, which is what we're after, and also more physical mastery, so it makes up for the lower agility anyway. But yeah, maybe actually, let's have a little look. So configs, let's delete that one because it's confused me. And edit. I want to go scaling. And at 115, our highest item level was 326, which is, I think, what we're on. Yeah, so that was that. Because I think I re-rolled it like twice, once or twice. To try and, you know, get... yeah, to try and get it as best as it could. But I'm looking at it, and the highest item level we can get is 336, which would... or 337, which is the reinforced shield or the stout shield. The reinforced shield would be super nice because it's 2694 block, which is more than both. 269 agility, which is more agility than we have anyway. We get 800 crit, so we actually lose crit, but we gain agility, so I don't know if it would make up for it. Less physical, more physical mastery rather, and more crit defense. Oh wait, so a ton more block, like 1,000 more block, a bit more crit defense, more physical mastery, less crit, more agility, less health though. 206 vitality, 248 on here. So yeah, I don't know. I think ours is actually a good middle ground, to be quite honest, for the whole thing. Because even the reinforced shield of the worm isn't that much, like, it's a lot less vitality and about the same crit. It's actually less crit. Like, ours is actually, I think for crit, this is actually the best we can do, to be honest. So actually, less concerned. Other than the, well, even the reinforced shield I was just talking about has less crit, more physical mastery, which is what we don't want. We're not really that fussed about it. Right, though. So we've done all our things for today. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to go head to the Court of Lothlorien just to remind me tomorrow that that's the thing I'm supposed to do. And we will see how servers go. I'm going to try and maybe do a bit more of the speedrunning stuff tomorrow. I think that'd be interesting. If not, we'll carry on with here if you know, things don't work out the way I'd like. But 9 hours and, well, 4 hours for that one, but 9 hours for these. And then 9 hours for these, and obviously we can't complete that, so unfortunately, no dice there. I also might look into, like I was saying about these,
What do you need?
if I can swap them, because 25, 916 divided by 25, 36, okay, let's say 36 times 40, that's 1,440, which then puts us up a little bit more, and we can get some rings and stuff without too much issue. But we'll see. If not, as I said, loot boxes, pretty easy to open. About an hour and we can get probably more than that anyway. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I will see you hopefully all tomorrow with either the speedrunning or the, because I want my record back, or we'll do a bit more Faerand. We'll see. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.